Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to Ninja Pulls. This is Khan. How you doing? Let me turn that music off. Love it. Hey, thank you for the follow right off the bat. Welcome to your stream, Khan. Thanks, Kazi. Say hello to everyone. Who have we got out there today? We got Lily Dryad. Hello, how are you? I'm good, thanks, Lily. How you doing? How you doing? Kazi, hello. Hello, mate. How's it going? Love your photos in Discord of the the decorations. Dig it. Guns N' Raiders, howdy there. Sticko. Hello. Balorda. High fives, all of you, and I see you. Guns N' Raiders, 7-stream streak. Excuse me, if I sound a bit weird, it's because I've got a throat pastel, which I took like 15 minutes ago. Thinking that shit will be gone by the time I start streaming. It's still here, but it's tiny. It's just jumping around my mouth, really irritating me, and I'm trying to get rid of it. I've got a bit of a sore throat. Don't really feel any other signs of a cold, but it's that time of year. So I want to be careful. I've got my trusty Vocal Zone throat pastels, which I keep for singing and voiceovers and such. So popped one of those before we started. Shit's getting real. But thank you so much, Ray GW Musa. Let's gar, Flawless Sinner. Luzotrone, hello, Johnny. Hey, Zdenya, hello. A trippy evening. I guess we know which part of the world you're in. And Kazi, yeah, I was at the discounter for snacks. Now I just can't be let alone around Halloween stuff. Hey, Balorda, also on a 7-stream watch streak. I dig it. Thank you so much, guys. Lovely to be in your company once again. Lou Zotrone. Also on a streak there. Look at everyone posting that shit. I love it. Yeah, so I've been seeing this for a long time, but clearly it is a I think that Twitch have rolled out. I should remember that this is a thing in software development, you know? You don't roll it out everywhere all at once. Same with Discord. So I've never called myself. Hanging out with the guys at the colleges, went full on alcoholic mode. Yesterday was a tired day. Oh no. Yikes. Yeah, you did post a picture with a lot of Guinness in frame, I seem to recall. This one approves of these. I was having a conversation with my sister just the other day, and she was amazed to hear that at my university, I went to Bristol, my sister went to Oxford, la-di-da. She was amazed to hear that at my university, at my halls of residence, we had a drink the bar dry at the end of the term, the end of the semester. I think it was just the summer one, maybe, like the big break. There's some stuff that's just not going to be good by the time, 3 months later or whatever, when the summer break is over. So we used to do this, and either she just wasn't aware of it happening at her university, or they just didn't do it. They didn't have as much keg beer, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, this is a thing at my halls, and the one thing that was always, basically the beer, the objective was, we gotta drink all of this tonight, guys. We gotta drain it all. So the beer got cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as the night went on. And the one thing that nobody was drinking, except me, was Guinness. Guinness on draft. Always the same three guys. We keep the flour high. So I remember at one point I was walking up and getting, I'd put like a £1 coin on the table, on the bar. And the incredibly intimidatingly beautiful surfer girl who worked at the bar would be like, all right, give me a minute. And then she'd come back with 5 pints of Guinness for £1. Because no one was drinking this stuff. And prices kept dropping throughout the evening. I've never been such a cheap date. Yeah, if you remember it, you didn't drink enough. Yeah, if you remember it, you weren't really there. Right, Trippy? I'm just picking up writs here real quick, then we will get going with some wall dailies. We can talk about the Witches Festival event, same as usual. Guinness is life and life is Guinness. I don't know, it's not the only thing I drink. But a lot of people aren't into it, and I don't get that. It's very easy drinking. But yeah, it's not a very crushable beer. You know, you can't exactly get a load of those down you one after the other. It's a little bit like having a roast dinner. You're gonna run out of space pretty quick. Mostly drinking local beer, but alcohol-free. Trying to think what I might be aware of that is local to you. I know that there's a very nice Klausthaler. They do a decent alcohol-free beer, which for years was like the only alcohol-free beer you could get in this country which didn't taste terrible. Because, bless the Germans, you know, they were like, well, alcohol-free beer, there's clearly a market for it, it needs to exist. Why don't we try and make it as nice as possible? But yeah, for a long time, alcohol-free beer, like if we go back 15 years, I feel like alcohol-free beer was rubbish, at least around here. Like if you were driving and you got a Beck's Blue or whatever, you were just condemning yourself to a rubbish drink. These days you can get really nice stuff. No, really local, my city. There's a private brewery called Moritz Fiege. You're gonna have to look it up. Trippy, it makes me feel like I'm drinking a dark rye bread. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. As a Scandinavian, that analogy hits hard, yeah. You stopped at 10 beers, didn't you? Whew. Johnny, I heard the Guinness down here in Oz isn't comparable, but I don't mind one or two off tap during a session. Yeah, I don't know. There's some confusion about that. I think Guinness on draft is pretty much the same around the world, but there is an original Guinness which was made at St James's Gate in Dublin or whatever, and that's a much more interesting beer. It doesn't have that crazy ice cream head on the top. It's not as thick. That's like a regular, very, very dark ale. And that's really nice as well. It's quite a different thing. And why are we talking about alcohol at this time in the morning? Xenia talking about Guinness. Lowering the tone there. Guys, I'm trying to hang my acoustic panels, and it says to use 15 screws per panel. That'd be 75 holes I need to drill. Oof. Yeah, that seems excessive, man. Hey, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow, AnnieOlTG and Lando2K21. How's it going? Hope you're having a good week. It is Thursday today, is it not? Crazy. This week is just... I've blinked and I missed half of it. Yeah, I guess for most of you guys it's already past the afternoon, isn't it? Gonna try and split the G. Flawless still, I couldn't ever drink beer because even a little bit makes me nauseous. But hard liquor, I was down. But I've been sober for 6 years now. I see, yeah. Well, when people talk about an acquired taste, I never knew how literal that actually was. Now, there are people who can try and try and try, and they simply don't like a particular flavor or sensation, whatever. Nature, nurture, doesn't matter what it is, but sometimes it is unshakable, right? But most of the time, and I didn't know this until recently, so I'm being one of those guys that, oh, well, by the way, this thing that I was ignorant of until like a few years back, but I know this because of Maya, actually, because she's a chef, This is my my wife, the other half of Ninja Balls Gaming. And did you guys know? Some of you do because you've been here before, but that you need to the body and the brain needs to taste and try something, often as many as 13 times before it will even decide to like it. Like our bodies have evolution has caused us to be inherently wary of new unknown foods and flavors coming into our mouths, and so most things taste bad at first. It's the reason why so many people when they're children don't like olives, or they try red wine out of their parents' glass and go, ugh, yuck, or whiskey. Like, and you just think to yourself, how on earth, adults are crazy. How can they go around eating and drinking this absolute swill? This is terrible. I don't want to be like that. But then you try it again a few years later and suddenly, oh. And it's not that, obviously the food hasn't changed. You've just been trying other things in that period, and your brain has developed more of a your palate, basically. It's not obviously the palate, it's the brain, but it's grown up, it's developed, it's got new experiences, it isn't scared of new things anymore, and sometimes that can take a really long time. There are documentaries, you might not believe it, but look it up, there are documentaries of people who swear blind they hate mushrooms, and they just try them once a week for a few weeks, and suddenly it's like, oh my god, that's delicious. And I try to tell my friends this. You know, I live in the UK. I'm originally from Denmark, but all my mates are British, and they are the most fussy, pathetically fussy eaters. Man, it's terrible. There's one that doesn't like egg, one that doesn't like tomato, another doesn't like cucumber. I'm just like, what? How would you guys exist going through life not liking wonderful things? You know? And having them all over for like a party is an absolute nightmare because you can't cook anything. But I'm always telling them this, and they refuse to believe it. But yeah. So then you stopped at 10 Guinness, then we moved on to something else, yeah. Because I'm not sure if I would compromise the structural integrity of the wall. Perfection, show me some dance moves. On this character. Let's do it. Dance Imperial, one of my favorites. How's that? No one likes beer in the beginning. Yeah, probably. You're probably right about that. Because why would we? It's weird. Tried Brussels sprouts so many times. Nope, not for me. Oh, that's another phenomenon as well, that we can grow to. And again, this is real, obviously. Doesn't mean people can just snap their fingers and get over it. It can be difficult or impossible, maybe. I don't know. But if we have foods that are prepared in a way which makes them taste bad, cabbage, sprouts, fish, a lot of seafood actually, if they're overcooked, there's an actual chemical process which can be measured and demonstrated whereby different compounds are created and released, and those flavors, those smells are not pleasant. So overcooked Brussels sprouts is the great example. It smells and even tastes a little bit like farts. It's not good. No bueno. That is not good cuisine. Nuh-uh. So kids don't like it. But if they then try some lightly boiled, what's it called? Blanching, when you just boil it very, very briefly. And then fried. When you get Brussels sprouts, you boil them for a little bit, then you chop them up a little bit, fry them. Especially if you fry them with something salty like bacon or soy or something like that. Oh my goodness, that is delicious. Absolutely amazing. And you just think, how tragic, just because our mums didn't know how to cook, that we are now robbed of our enjoyment of this excellent, excellent food. At least that's very common in the UK. Sprouts isn't really a thing so much in Denmark. But like it's a classic thing. You've got to have sprouts at Christmas. And everyone hates them. Yeah, Kazi, 3 screws per panel max. How would that work? Are they square or are they hexagonal? Kind of interested. Yeah, Zdenya, all in all, I understand why I don't drink that often. I'm not 20 years old anymore. I was broken the day after. Yeah. My theory with this is not that hangovers get worse the older you get. They're just so inconvenient. You can't deal with having a hangover. When you're 20, what do you have on your agenda for the following day? Probably laze around, call your buddies, go buy milk because you've run out. Maybe attend a lecture. Whereas, 20 years on, you have so much that you need to get done the following day. I think that's the real reason why alcohol and other types of come down are feel so much worse when we get older. I don't know. Maybe there is something else going on, but yeah. Because you still think that about coffee. Yeah, perfection, you get used to it. And Kazi, and I don't mind not liking certain things. No. It's fine. Of course it is. I do mind not liking something. Like, if something doesn't taste good to me, I regard it as a personal failing, and I seek to overcome. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Isn't that a phrase for something? Like a slogan? I don't know. All true, Cyborg. Good tribute. When I was a baby, my grandfather would rub good Scotch whiskey on my gums. When I was 18, I had my first Scotch. Wowee. Started crying. No way. That's it. I need something to turn notifications on when Ninja Pulse goes live. Hello all. Hey, there is a content ping. It's literally a tag called content ping on our Discord. If you want to get notifications when I post what time we're going live, most days it'll be 11. Saturdays, I think we'll go 9 a.m. But we are still finalizing the new schedule. We're thinking Tuesday till Saturday, 11 a.m. each day, except for Saturday. We'll start at 9 maybe, and then we'll go till mid-afternoon every day except Friday and Saturday, where we'll go much later. So 2 big fuck-off streams every week, and then like 4 5-hour streams, 3 more of those. So 5 out of 7 days. I think that sounds good, doesn't it? Sounds about right. But how you doing, Ahelt? Welcome on in, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Hope you're having a lovely week. Welcome back to Ninja Pulse. My throat is a little bit sore today, so I'm going to try not to be too cheesy with all the vocal impressions and stupid stuff I normally get up to. Perfection said, my parents forced me to eat everything on the plate. Now I eat almost everything. Wow, it sounds like you and I had a similar upbringing in that respect. Yeah, my parents were just like, no, you're not leaving that. Occasionally they would bend. Like, I remember genuinely struggling with some kidneys once. I'd eaten steak and kidney pie before. That's a British thing. I'd had offal before. I wasn't that young. I was like 8 or 9. But this time, I don't know, there was something, it was too much. Kidneys, liver, that can be very, very rich, very overpowering, very, what's the word, sort of pungent almost? Yeah, and I struggled with it. And I remember my dad, actually, there was a moment when it clicked, oh no, he's really feeling a little bit sick, maybe I'll give him a break. But like, I was never allowed to not eat something. Whereas my friends at school, none of them ate anything. It was like chips and ketchup was all their parents could get them to eat. And I remember from a very young age just looking down on that shit a little bit. It's like, come on, you're missing out. And as an adult, I'm even more this way, sadly. But I'm married to a chef, so shoot me. It's inescapable. Red Guard male dance, yeah. I'd have to be on a male character to do that. And Kazi is saying, for me, it's eggplant, zucchini, and coffee. Get the fuck out with that. I feel like... See, I have no issues with any of those, but I feel like I can understand why someone might not like those. Yeah, and there are also things that can be... Alright, coffee, I understand a little bit less. But I guess... Not saying that this is why you don't like those things, Kazi, at all. But I can also very easily see eggplant or aubergine, as we call it, being cooked or prepared badly, so it's just kind of slimy and gross and doesn't taste good. I can easily imagine the same with zucchini or courgettes. And coffee, yeah. Like, cheap, bad coffee does not taste good. I will drink it because if it's all I can get, I'll take it. But, yeah, there's a huge gap between the rectangular sound panels. Okay, gotcha. And below, the only things I wouldn't eat as a child were cheese and spinach. Now I could eat spinach every day, and cheese, everybody knows. Wow. Cheese and spinach. That's an interesting combo. UK is not really well known for their cuisine. That is a very outdated... You're right, you're absolutely right, Perfection. I think it's quite outdated, though. I think there was a time in the 70s when the UK was... The economy was shit, and culturally we were really, like, a backwater. The UK was known as the sick man of Europe. And UK, you would go to Milan or Paris or even modest towns around Northern Europe and find lovely restaurants and fashionable food and fine dining. And in the UK, it would just be the most old-fashioned post-war, sort of nothing burger. But that changed a lot during the 80s and 90s. But for some reason, that 50-year-old perception of the British wouldn't know good food if it sat on their face, that stereotype remains very strong. Just goes to show. But yeah, it's absolutely right. The UK does not have a great reputation, or certainly did not have a good reputation. Coughs politely, haggis. Are you a haggis fan, Guns N' Raiders? I'm just curious. And Ahal said, what are you talking about? Love their fish and chips, yeah. Eno De Rosso, good Tamrielic morning. Hello. Yorkie puddings, full English G's, we can keep going. Lamb's fry, so good. Yeah, decent. That's the thing. Traditional British food, awesome. Fancy British food can be great as well. It's that awkward thing in between. You know, that kitschy dining you'd get in the 70s. I mean, I wasn't alive then, obviously, but funny how these things go. Xenia, I promised myself to never force my kids to eat things, but I've always made them taste before they say they don't like it. That approach has worked very well. They eat pretty much everything. I like it. Like Nords looking down on milk drinkers. Yeah. Gullum Glue. Oh, thank you for the 3-stream streak. That's awesome. And Guns N' Raiders, is it the UK that made the last gen breakfast of a Siggy and Red Bull? Yeah, Perfection. Okay, I'll correct myself. English cuisine is not known for tasting good. Greetings from Sicily. Samuele. Wow. Speaking of places with a great culinary reputation and tradition, greetings. Greetings from the UK. I'm actually Danish, but I live here in Somerset in England. Eggplant is bollocks. I mean, it is called... I mean... Are you choosing your words deliberately there, or was that just a funny coincidence? The eggplant emoji, very much associated with that part of the male anatomy, or next door to that part of the male anatomy. For me, it's not normally the taste, but texture. Yeah. But again, if it's prepared in a certain way, you don't get that. So yeah, once again, I feel like some of the time it's this big gap between when a thing is prepared just right, and it's like, damn! Give me that shit every time. And then when it's prepared badly, and it's just yuck. The flavor here is nowhere near enough to justify the horrible texture, the horrible mouthfeel of this thing. I totally relate to that. Yeah. And sometimes a thing which is kind of gross sort of becomes more delicious the more you try it. Chinese century eggs are definitely one of those for me. The first time I tried it, I was pleasantly surprised that it wasn't grim, because they smell awful. These are eggs that are quite literally... Well, they're not rotten. I believe it is alkalization, basically, of the yolk. It causes it to change. The proteins shift and change into something else. So it becomes this weird green mush rather than an egg. So it sounds and smells and looks fairly gross, but the taste is really lovely. And the more I tried it, the more I was like, okay, this is the shit. This is really good. The Chinese know what they're doing with this. But although I was forced to eat everything and also had to finish my plate when I wasn't hungry anymore, that's why I developed my eating disorder. Yeah, so it can go the other way. Yikes. And jokes aside, I do agree that English cuisine is not exactly known for being... Oh yeah, I agree. Khan Attacks, hello, good morning. Grey Kirk, hello. WP, improvise, adapt, overcome. Is that Heartbreak Ridge? It's the unofficial motto for the US Marine Corps. Thank you, WP. I knew I'd heard it before. We're basic and bland country. I don't know, man. I don't know. That we think that. Or the Brits, it's very easy to believe that. But think of how down to earth people are in Yorkshire, right? And then take a step out the door and actually go up on the moors. This is some of the most spectacular countryside in Europe. Sure, the Dolomites in Italy, the Alps in Switzerland. Yeah, they kick the Yorkshire moors ass, but that's pretty extreme terrain still, and it's gorgeous. There's a real beauty there. Just down from where I live, there's a place called Cheddar. Yes, where the cheese comes from. And if you want to Google Cheddar Gorge, that is an incredible natural beauty. And the Brits are kind of like, oh, everything around here is a bit shit. We sort of take it for granted. There's more cool stuff going on, I think, in the UK than the Brits tend to acknowledge. Anyway. Perfection. UK got Italian, French, and Indian food. That's why it's okay. I mean, yeah, a lot of it is imported techniques and stuff like that. But, you know, the fine dining side of things. In the same way that Sweden and Denmark are they're associated with fine dining now because of... oh, no, I can't remember the name of it. That's going to drive me crazy. The restaurant which is all fire up in Sweden... Oh, Maya would wring my neck for not remembering the name of it. And Norma in Copenhagen and places like that. But it's a relatively recent thing. These weren't like fashionable places to go and eat. You know, rewind 20 years. The UK is a little bit like that. Yes, Daniel, I love the classic British comfort foods. Every country has their awesome cuisine. And Kazi, I think I could get over zucchini if someone manages to make it very well. But eggplant, it's just a taste, same as coffee. I silently believe you need to develop an addiction to like coffee. Definitely not. But I know what you mean. A lot of people drink it compulsively, don't they? And it's like instant coffee, like the worst tasting kind. But they'll just have 4 cups in the morning. Because they feel like they can't function without it. I also can't eat whole olives. I love their taste, but I can't bite into one. That's like some weird issue I have with the texture. Again, yeah. It's funny, isn't it? How that works. Haggis is great with black pudding, chopped steak in a pie. And with you on that, Guns N' Raiders. Again, that is a reputation. Like, if you watch American sitcoms, you'll regularly see... It's only so many episodes before haggis is brought up as a punchline. And this is... I feel like Americans don't actually know what it is. They've just heard a description of what goes into it. And then they go, ugh, gross. Those Irish are crazy. And that's another thing. All Americans think haggis is Irish. I mean, you get haggis anywhere in the UK and in Ireland, I bet. But it's generally associated with Scotland most strongly, isn't it? Lily Dry, time for ESO. Why do the events have to start so late? Texas barbecue, brisket. Oh. BCL. See, now we're talking. Yeah, they know how to do it in Texas. I've never even been. I'd love to go. Maya, oh my god, if there's one state she could go to, I think it would be a toss-up between Louisiana and Texas in the US. Obviously, there are loads of other places. I think every state would be... I would love to do a road trip in the US. It's been a dream of mine forever. I've only been to the US a couple of times, but yeah. Texas would be high on the list. Lena Elvira, thank you so much for the sub. Wow, for 3 months in advance. That is incredible. Wow. Thank you so much for the support. Can we get a hype train going on the back of that? Is there anyone else out there who likes what we're doing here? Please don't answer unless it's a yes. Alright, Lena Elvira, this one... this siege camp is going down. You've spurred me on. I'm finding a lot of the time my, my hurricane is very reluctant to cast. Very annoying. I was saying the only thing I cannot stand, is mashed potatoes. Oh, interesting. That is an interesting thing to object to. I wonder why that is. The texture prompts a gag reflex. Again, I've never heard anyone having this, but I can kind of get where you're coming from, I suppose. I can imagine how that might happen. No matter how often I've tried, I can't make it go away. Yikes. Is that a super creamy or more of a lumpy one? I wonder if that would make a difference. Because it's quite an ideological debate in the UK, I feel like, sometimes. You know, should mashed potato be lumpy or should it be super smooth and silky? People get very animated about this issue. And Conjured Samurai, yeah, Somerset, exactly. The Alpma part of England can't very fancy. Yeah. It's literally the opposite. It's the part of England where they talk like this, and where they make a whole lot of cider. And they don't really talk the way I just did, but that's like the that's the stereotype. You know, the pirate accent in Hollywood? Arr, me hearties. That was because a long time ago, someone was playing Long John Silver or something like that in a Hollywood production, and I think it was either a British actor or it was an American actor who'd visited England, and they didn't know what accent to do, so they decided to do a Somerset accent. I'm not making this up. And that is where the whole pirates talk like this thing, that's where that comes from. In the same way that the sound a frog makes in a movie. Have any of you ever heard a frog in real life that makes that rare, you know, that noise? That's because there's a very specific species of frog that lives in the Hollywood Hills that sounds exactly like that. So in early films, those are the audio samples that they had on hand. So yeah. Somerset, don't think of Altmer, think of pirates. Or at least the way that they talk. And Zinni had eggplants once that were awesome. It was like grilled and somewhat crispy and a lot of the nice stuff on it. I've seen a better restaurant, but yeah. In lasagna, for example, fuck that shit. Emodion, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. And Zdenia also saying, I wonder why so many people shit on English food. I mean, Norway, Sweden, Finland, probably Denmark. We have very boring food. Yeah, that's true. It's extremely bland. I think it's just a very outdated stereotypes. And that's all it is. Because it's definitely true that British food used to have a deservedly terrible reputation for just being really, like, out of date and unimaginative and bland. Scandinavian food, typically very boring as well. Much as I love it, it's not very exciting compared to, say, Italian or even German. German food, way more interesting. And obviously we're dealing with very broad strokes stereotypes here. And but Lord, my mother added too much nutmeg to mashed potatoes when I think about it after cake. Ah, Eichstätt at the yard. That's actually not the one I was thinking of, but yeah. Oh, that's really gonna bug me. I'll have to ask Maya later. You know what? I'll give her a message right now. Send her a text. What's the name of the Swedish fire restaurant? She'll know. She'll know what I mean. Eastern European best food, sama dolma, etc. You could make that case for sure, but because they start everywhere at the same time. Yeah, that's true. All this food talk making me hungry. I gotta go shopping. Would love to have both of you in Texas. Oh man, give it time. Give it time. We'll find a reason. We'll find an excuse. One of Maya's favorite movies, like Guilty. It's not Guilty. It's not a bad film, but it's not like highbrow. You know, she loves art house cinema. Sometimes one of her favorite movies is Frida, about Frida Kahlo, made by Salma Hayek. But yeah, one of her other favorites is Chef by Jon Favreau. You guys see that one? Is a lot of it is around you know, the Cuban district in, is it Little Havana? It's called in New Orleans. And he's a chef, obviously, and he loses his job, and he goes off on one, he buys a taco truck and makes like the most amazing old school Cuban sandwiches and just drives around the southern US, and he becomes like a viral sensation and yada yada yada. It's a very feel good, very simple kind of movie, but Maya fucking loves that shit because it's depiction of southern US cuisine. And of course, there's a one point where they go to Texas, and they go to the real place, which I've forgotten. There's a real like very famous pit there outside of Dallas, I want to say. And they actually film there on location, and the real restaurant, they go there and they buy like this, like 3 backs or something of brisket. I don't know about all the terminology, but yeah. Never watch that movie on an empty stomach, like holy hell. And Guns N' Roses got to support the local butcher and fishmonger. Yeah, fuck the mainstream places. Asda and Aldi, the watered down stuff tastes weird. That's true as well. Yeah, Lena, choo-choo, come on. I went into the White Company shop yesterday. Can confirm their dressing gowns still look plush and soft. Oh no, I've ruined your shopping experience now. Yeah, for those who weren't here, that was an incident that occurred last week. Maya had told me before she left the house in the morning, between 9 and 10... you got a grocery delivery coming. You know, don't miss it. 5 minutes past 9, the doorbell rings, and I'm in the shower. My hair is full of shampoo, and like, fuck, what do I do? So I quickly scramble out of there, and I grab a dressing gown, which I never use these days. I barely ever use this thing. I get to the door, and then only after I've opened it and I see the terrified young lady handing me the bags, standing in front of me, I then realize I grabbed the wrong dressing gown. This is Maya's dressing gown. It is way too small. And then the dog comes trying to squeeze past to say hello to the delivery lady, so I stick out my left leg to like block the dog. And then I realize I'm standing in a dressing gown which is very short. Well, not short, but like too small, and I've just opened it very wide at the leg, and the lady just, her eyes just drift downwards. There was nothing to see, but her eyes snapped back up to me in a guilty way. We both knew what had just happened. And yeah, I told that story on stream, and I've obviously traumatized Lena Elvira with that shit. Sorry about that. And yes, Sindor, today is the Halloween event. Not yet. It'll be starting in a few hours. I think 3 p.m. my time, so depending on where you are in the world, you know, 4 p.m. for most Europeans. And Guns N' Roses, yeah, with you on this. The only thing I cannot stand is mashed potatoes. Chips as well. That's unusual, man. Interesting. Yeah, you're eating it wrong. Mayun, sorry I'm a bit late to the mashed potatoes talk, but I love adding butter and milk to them. Sometimes a bit of garlic flour. Sounds good to me. Garlic powder. Gotcha. Baked potatoes with barbecue brisket on top is awesome. You guys, what are you doing? What are you doing to me? You're breaking my balls. Oh dear. Can you repeat that noise? Kermit the Frog. That was a terrible impression of that noise, but you all know the noise I'm talking about when a frog is in a film. Like any movie, even if the movie is made in Iran, if it depicts a frog making a sound, they'll make the sound of the Hollywood frog. It's just the way movies work. The same reason that in every fantasy film, when someone draws their weapon, it makes that noise. Like, why would a sword being drawn out of a leather scabbard make that noise? It's just something they added into movies very early on in order to make it sound cool, and the tradition stuck. I remember Peter Jackson saying originally the plan was for them to get rid of it. Because, in The Lord of the Rings, that is. Sorry, I should have said that. They didn't want this slightly silly shing. You know, this isn't an anime. This is supposed to be a more believable, elevated fantasy story. But they tried it and it just looked, it looked weird. When Aragorn draws the sword and it doesn't make that shing, you know, as he draws it. It's just become too much of a thing. You can't abandon it. And this literally makes no sense. It's not even in a scabbard. But it feels right that it makes that sound. Just one of those things. Yeah, and even the regular frogs can complain when picked up. Not that I would. But if they're in the way and need a little relocation, yeah. Cider Pirate sounds like a great place. It is pretty fun around here. And Belorda, still a lot of people think German food is just Bavarian. Yeah, that's the international. Also, the like traditional German dress. They immediately go to the Bavarian traditional dress, don't they? Guns N' Roses. I always imagine Whole Foods and real decent cooked meals, loads of meat. Yeah, lots of meat. Schnacks, there's actually not much German food. It's a bunch of different regional cuisines. Trippy, yeah, Chef is a great feel-good movie. It is, right? And Hypermestro, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. But Lord, we got a lot of stews, and yes, many meals are meat, potatoes, and vegetables. A lot of them, yeah. That sounds good to me. Franklin Barbecue, I'm pretty sure that is it. Flawless Sinner, yeah, man. And we love bread here. There's so many different kinds of bread. Asda delivery on time. I can't remember what it was. I think it was an Ocado delivery. Ma uses several, and sometimes she uses a wholesaler as well because she runs a cookery school. So most of the time, the cheapest way for us to get stuff is wholesale. But you don't want to always, like, every time you want to make bread, you don't necessarily want a 10-kilo bag of flour, do you? You just want, sometimes you just want the regular one. I actually got a survey somewhere here. They relocated these, didn't they? See if I can actually find it. They tidied up the surveys because they were really dumb on release. I don't know why. It happens almost every chapter that they will release surveys, or the person put in charge of placing the survey nodes doesn't realize that these are things that we have to do hundreds of times. So don't space them out to make it more roleplay-y. Just shove them all in one place so we can pick them up quickly, man. It's 3 in the UK, Mjolnir, the event starts, yeah. Sounds hot. It wasn't hot, it was just fucking awkward. Like when a moment that shouldn't have anything sexual about it suddenly gets injected with that awkward energy. That was all it was, so I thought it was funny to share. Probably would have been funnier if I was just hanging dong, but I wasn't. Absolutely not. Lena Elvira, I still love that delivery story in my own life. It's so plain. What? That's like the most plain. The fact that that was a funny moment, I think just highlights how humdrum my usual encounters with people are. Or at least that's the takeaway for me. Damn spiders, quit chasing me around. I never wore lederhosen. Dirndl. Okay, you're gonna have to explain to me what that is. I've heard that word before. And hello, Oregon Cake. How's it going? Happy Thursday. That's why aliens and monsters always sound like pigs. Is that why? RB3W, welcome on in. Good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Kazi, I checked the specs of my smallest screws. Anchors and 4 would hold 120 kilos. The material is super sturdy. I struggle to understand they want me to put in 15. Maybe the legal department was just like, tell them to do this. That way, if no one's going to do that, that way, if anyone has any issues with them falling off the wall or breaking apart or whatever, we can say, well, did you put 15 screws in? Nuh-uh. We're not liable. I don't know. That's a very child's understanding of the way that the law works. But, it could, there's an element of covering their ass a lot of the time, isn't there, in these kind of things? And fair enough. You don't want to be sued. A dirndl is the dress women wear in Bavaria, especially during Oktoberfest. Or Oktoberfest. I like that typo. Oktoberfest? Yeah. Does she use a bread machine? She doesn't normally. She does have one. Ba ba ba. I still don't know why that song is here. That's one that Maya added, but thanks, Unleash. Dig it. Sounds like your peacock mount is a multi-rider. Ah, damn it, I went the wrong way. I keep forgetting. Does anyone else forget that we now have Mount Swimming? It's a continually nice surprise for me. And can you say I'm overflamed for the game for 1 to 2 months now? Yeah, it's just the usual, the annual Witches Festival. Late October, beginning of November. They always do that. And Bihom, hello there. And Vines Red, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Bringing it with the follows this week. Love it, love it, love it. Man, I'm not really doing surveys right now. You know what? I'm just going to leave that one. Just the red X is triggering me. I'm just going to leave it and get on with my dailies. Legend Killer Wes. What a great name. Damn. Thank you for the follow. Lily Dried, at least she didn't want to come in. Would have been much more awkward. I do actually have a story a bit like that. After my mate's wedding, Maya was commissioned. This is what happens when you're a chef, right? All of your friends, when they're getting married, so would you mind doing a little something for our cake or whatever? This, at least, was a really cool one. But yeah, I've lost count of the number of wedding cakes Maya's had to make. Because they're very expensive and they're never that good. Unless you pay an absolute bundle for them. Whereas people know if they ask a friend, yeah, they'll still have to pay, but Maya will be very, very careful to make it gorgeous. And she'll probably charge them a hell of a lot less. So that's the way of that. But this mate of mine was a guy I worked with, a huge rugby-playing, privately educated rich boy. One of those guys. A lovely dude, I must say. And he wanted, along with the cake, he wanted a 3-tiered pie for their wedding. So 3 giant, I think there were 5 pies in the end. We just kept adding more. So Maya made an absolutely enormous pie for the bottom layer. And then they kept getting smaller as they got up. And then it was 5 tiers tall. So I had to drive down, and then for some reason, I think Maya had an event she had to go to, and she was being paid quite a lot to do it, so she had to bail on the wedding, which sucked. But they were my friends anyway, so I went solo, and we'd hired. There was a family living nearby. They had like a little outhouse, like a guest house, and we'd hired that for just one night after the wedding. So Maya couldn't come with me. I had to drive up with the pie all by myself. I had an amazing time. Got smashed. And then crashed back at this place by myself. And in the morning, the lady of the house, it was just a couple living there, a man and his wife, and she came in to bring me like a bacon sandwich for breakfast, and she was wearing an impossibly small amount of clothing. It was incredibly awkward. It was like the porno movie when You know, when someone steps out of the shower and can't pay their rent or whatever. It was so weird. It was so weird. And I was like, oh, how old was I? Like 24? I don't know what the fuck to do. I just stared straight ahead and said, thank you for the sandwich. And then eventually she left. Very strange, right? So it could have been worse. Could have been worse. Oh, something's wrong with my audio. Can't hear follows or redeems. Are you guys not hearing the, she wanted to sandwich your face? I mean, I don't know that. I really don't. I had no idea. But I told Maya from the car as soon as I got, like, on the phone. I was like, you'll never guess what the fuck just happened. Very strange. Yeah, it could have been worse. Could have been a fat dude in his underwear. Exactly. Honestly, he would have got the same reaction from me, I think. Alright, we've got a couple of cool questions here. Flawless is saying, OMG, I'm done watching you all playing ESO myself, and I saw a resource node on your stream and clicked to gather it on my game. There are no nodes where I'm at. I've done that as well, I think. Something like that. So try to avoid every puddle in-game. Yeah. But my brain's still playing the game with me. Damn, water, how do I avoid it? Oh, swimming mounts. Yeah, exactly. Blurp's not playing for us. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's, figure out what's going on. Do you hear my game audio, though, right? Twitch alerts. Yeah, there's a follow there. Do you guys not hear that? Okay, fixed. That was a simple toggle. Apologies for that. Thank you, Johnny, for pointing that out. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. That's terrible. There we go. Alright, now Vine's red. Let's get to your question. Hi, I'm new to the game. What class is this? I like the attack and skills red animations. Well, that's Nightblade that you're seeing. So this is a Nightblade at base. Dark Elf Nightblade. But what I've done with it is I've sprinkled in a little bit of Templar, Adric Spear, and Sorcerer. Storm Calling. They're all very direct damagey classes. So yeah, they kind of work well together. This will work very well as a Magicka build, actually, because the Magicka morph of the spammable, this one here, Biting Jabs, that's stamina. If you morph that to Magicka, it doesn't give you Major Brutality and Sorcery anymore, but I don't really care about that buff. What it does is it heals you instead. Generally, you won't need or want the healing from it, but every now and again, oh, it is like manna from heaven. Free healing from your damage ability. It's very, very nice. I hope that's helpful. And Lily Dryad saying, don't give me the brain jar this year as well because I need the tickets. Yeah, there's so many furnishings during this event. Yikes. Yeah, thank you, Belorda. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Toffas, thank you very much for the follow. Mine's an IC. I'll gather some info. Thanks. Well, feel free to ask. Ninja Pulls, as well as a YouTube and Twitch channel, we're a teaching guild on the EU and NA servers, both PC. We're not on console, I'm afraid. But yeah, so never feel weird or awkward or bad about asking questions in chat. My only apology is I get behind with chat sometimes. We're very, very chatty around here, which I love. But it does mean sometimes I'll be a few minutes late to your comment. But I do see everything and I try to read everything. Speaking of which, Bucci. Or Bunji? Hello, just started playing the game and it's awesome so far. Is there any way I can get everything without spending money on the game? Any way you can get everything? So, no. Not really. You can, in theory, you can buy everything that you see here, access to all of the zones and everything, except the very latest one. You could buy that with in-game gold. And if you mean gear and stuff like that, then yes. There are things called ESO Plus free trials that happen throughout the year. I think it's 2 every year. Sometimes they'll have an extra one here and there, but generally you get 2 of these, and it usually lasts 1 week. And in that time, you can access all of the stuff that you haven't paid for free. So if you're very organized about it, you could farm all the dungeons that you don't have gear from, the trials that you don't have gear from. Obviously, 1 week is a very short window of time for you to do that, but if that's what you meant, then that might be useful to know. After all, it's insane. Could have been worse. Yeah, fat dude in the underwear. Perfect. Nice. Thank you again, Johnny. Appreciate it. I think Maya added this blurb because it's a good mood sound. Yeah, probably. It's very Maya, isn't it? Stop moving around, cheeky boy. I do enjoy using the Sork Execute. I know it's not that good. How much did it actually hit for there? Max hit 52k. Oof. Like, that is really weak sauce, considering. But whatever. It's fun to use, and I'm not really doing any high-pressured gameplay right here. Yeah, Boonji, thank you for answering my question anytime. I have no idea how to pronounce that name. I'm sorry. Is it a J or a soft J? Yeah. I'm torn because I'm Danish, but I live in the UK. So in Danish, a J is a Y sound, but in the UK, it's the it's a J. So I don't know. Any advice on making money fast? You're not going to like it, but my genuine advice to people who want to make gold and grind and get XP in this game is just to play the game. Play the stuff that you enjoy. The card game, Tales of Tribute, PvP, PvE trials, dungeon story, whatever. If you just play it and enjoy it, you will generate a lot of gold and XP without grinding anything. But yeah, there are absolutely ways to make money a little bit faster. You could do a lot of PvP and sell stuff from alliance points. I'll just give you an example. So the green numbers here, I know I'm in 4K, so these aren't terribly easy to see, but the numbers along the bottom of that top panel. Sorry, let me just do it this way instead. I've got 16 million alliance points. The green number at the bottom, 16 million. I don't know what to do with it. That's just from me going to Cyrodiil, and that's nothing compared to people who do PvP all the time. 60 million is fuck all. They're rolling in it. They've got billions, you know? Not literally, but you could easily get 100 million on some players. And there's probably a way for me to turn a lot of that into gold very quickly. It's just not a thing that I'm spending a lot of time on. But I need to figure that out. Farming Telvar can make a lot of money. Yeah, Vezog, similar kind of thing. Hey, Toffas, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the Prime sub. And for trusting us with it over here at Ninja Pulls. Very, very kind. Trippy, anything that is available for crowns, you can buy with in-game gold. In theory. Okay, so you can buy crates with gold, that's what I do. But of course you have to find a player who's got the crowns, and is willing to trade with you for gold. So that's risky. But I think it's a lot less risky than it used to be. And there are discords. There's one called the World Crown Exchange, WCE. They have all platforms on there. And they have like trading rooms, trading houses for Xbox EU, Xbox NA, PC EU, PC NA, etc. And you can just find people who are selling crowns, hit them up, DM them and saying, your price is a little bit high. Can I lower it to this? They might say yes. And then what I do is I say, look, I'm looking to buy a shitload. I'll spend 50 million with you right now if we can just lower the cost per crown. It's very expensive though. But then again, making money in this game, making gold in-game is also extremely easy. It's hard for new players. It's rough. Because you can't farm any of the content that quickly. You don't have any groups yet. You might not be in any guilds yet. That's when it is toughest. But I think Zos know that, and they've put some things in the early game experience to help. Vine's Red, that's creative. Kind of want to copy your build now. Go for it. I mean, it's not really a build. It's just me having fun. I would say I need one Nightblade skill line because this is a Nightblade. I want Storm Calling because I want Major Resolve. We talked about this yesterday. And the best source of Major Resolve for a DPS is going to be Hurricane. Plus the passives here are really nice. If I'm doing a bit of solo content, Crit Surge can be very useful. Power Overload can be useful. It's a bit niche, but can be nice. Major's Wrath, that's the Execute I was just making fun of. I use that just for fun. Streak, also just for fun. I'm not actually using that. Whereas Adric Spear, once again, great passives, and it has a spammable, which is really, really strong. And it deals good single target damage and amazing AoE damage. It'll hit 6 targets for the same amount. It's bonkers. Let's do a quick comparison. So 4912 times 3, that's 14.7k damage. Thanks, Boone. And let's compare that to Surprise Attack, which is 10.5 and Sundered. So it's also guaranteed to be a crit if you're flanking every 3 seconds, but that's crazy. Like, it's stronger than Surprise Attack. And keep in mind, this is pretty much... I know Surprise Attack is guaranteed to apply a Sundered tick as well, which could be another 6.5k, but let's face it, 3 hits of that is quite likely to proc Sundered as well. So it's really good, and it scales very well in multi-target fights. Unless you've got 7 enemies standing in it, you are going to hit everything for equal amount. So it's one of the few things, along with Blast Bones, which I'd say really competes with the Arcanist's Beam. Arcanist's Beam is still better. It just is. The tick rate is so high, the corridor is really long. Yeah, it's easier to sustain, yada yada yada. It comes with a shield. But I don't want to use Arcanist's Beam everywhere, you know? So either morph of the Templar's sweep is really, really good. Whether you go for stamina, stamina biting jabs, or Magicka puncturing sweep. Oh, Lily, I see. Brain Jars only available via tickets. Gotcha. And Tribute, wait, which area can you buy with in-game gold? Yeah, I hope I covered that. And Boone, yeah, appreciate it. I'm trying to work towards the Alchemist class. Any advice on making money fast? Yeah, we covered that one. Mune, I think on the 26th we'll have Daylight Savings, so Crown Store updates a bit later. Could be. But Lorda, sometimes the stream team members also have giveaways for the premium content. That's a very good point. But Lorda, thank you for doing my job. Yes, so Ninja Pulls, my wife and I are on the stream team. We're not partners, so we don't get all of the stuff, but we do get a few little goodies that aren't generally available, such as Content Pass, giveaways, and stuff like that. Vezok, hey nerds, yeah. And I see Afrikaans, so close to the Danish pronunciation. I'm just going to call you Boone, if that's alright. And I've come to the conclusion I could probably make a bit of money selling my services as a tank for siege camps. Every DD I know hates that the boss keeps moving. Yeah, but the boss would just get over-taunted, wouldn't it? Those stupid companions don't know when to quit. Thank you so much, Topaz. Really, really appreciate it. It's extremely kind. And Belorda, since they added the Alliance tripods, you could use those instead of crafting them. Yep. Appreciate all the help. No worries, no worries. AP's still a good way to make money? I don't know, but I have it, you know? That's why I brought that up. But yes, I think it is. You can sell things like Deadly. It's still a very good set. There are other sets that people are willing to pay for. You know, Vicious Death. If you get a good drop, that's a lot of gold right there. But obviously, yeah, you have to get lucky or you have to have a lot of AP to spam in the first place. And Vines, we're at level 20. Is there any way I can expand or add more storage? Yeah, bag merchants, like Mune says. Yeah. If you want to see an icon of this, I know I'm a couple of minutes behind here, but for example, in Vivek City, there, you see right at the bottom of that list, Pack Merchant Azazi. I hope that's coming through on stream. I know it's a little bit small, the writing. In Mournhold, you got one as well. That guy's over here. Yeah. So you look for symbols like this, which imply trading or something like that, and then look for that symbol of the little coin purse. Again, right at the bottom. Pack Merchant, Smiling Freener. Now, you go up to them and you can pay gold to get an increase to your bag space. Leveling up your mount as well by visiting the stables. Again, let me show you real quick. That will also add to your inventory space. That is per character. And that doesn't ramp up in cost, which the Pack Merchant obviously does. You'll notice after a couple of upgrades, it starts getting a bit expensive. But yeah, if you talk to a stable master, you can increase all of these 60 times. Carry capacity. Stamina speed. And again, just look for that symbol. Dawn prison prices went downhill. Yeah, I mean, they haven't been as needed since the, I mean, what would you buy them for other than research, right? That's the only thing I'd buy them for. Since Reconstruction, the sticker book system, don't seem as valuable, do they? There's also the Crown Black Market. Yeah, there is. I'm not going to recommend that one. And Boone said, yeah, you can upgrade the Pack Merchant. Crown selling buying got a little bit harder because so many players aren't allowed to gift stuff anymore. Yes. And it is expensive, yeah, keep that in mind. Mune, they made Crown Tri-Stat pots available to get with AP. I've been doing that to save Columbine. I have so much Columbine. So I guess one of the things I could do is sell that. And then just blow the AP on tripods. But I make so much Columbine from Ritz. Just wondering if there's another way. So there's like 3 to 6k, yeah. 3 would be a little bit low. It's pretty fucking badass, actually. Let's have a look. And this is dummy conditions, but those can be replicated with a good enough group. Sundered. Max hit is 17k. Average is 9k on the dummy. What the fuck? This is a very strong setup. This is my Dark Templar, which I put on YouTube a while ago. It's a very fun, pretty viable setup. It ultimately doesn't compete with an Arcanist in several ways, but it does compete in damage and sustain. This is with the banner, bear in mind. And sustain is pretty much a breeze. And no execute beam. Just blast bones and sweep. And then a bunch of dots on the back bar. Yeah, if anyone wants that setup, that is... I think that's appropriate for dummy humping and content. It obviously doesn't have its own major resolve, so don't go and do solo stuff with it, but... yeah, that is on YouTube at the moment. Thank you so much for the follows. Noggins Noodle, Chefsky, Empwick, and Freely Fish. Really, really appreciate it. It's very kind. And thank you guys as well, Myun and folks and Boone, for providing advice. LeBro, good afternoon. Good afternoon. How's it going? And yeah, Vines Red, absolutely no problem. And thank you everyone for helping out. Love to see it. Columbine prices are also tanking. Oof. How'd you get the banner? I'll show you. You need to unlock scribing. And that takes literally, I think it takes 15 minutes if you're doing it properly, like for the first time. But if you're doing it for the second time, or third, or whatever, and you just spam through the process, it takes literally 5.5 minutes, I think. I measured it at some point. And then you go to the Scholarium. I love the music here. Kicks ass. It's really different, and I think it works. And then you talk to Philandril in here. So from the Way Shrine up to the altar, and then down here.
You'd be amazed.
And he will sell all of the grimoires. Banner Bearer, that's the one you want. He also has these, rotating, I'm sure you guys know that. The rotating scripts that you can get. And you'll find it in support. It's just Banner. Banner Bearer. Shocking banner because I scribed it with that script. The bro doing good, thanks, and you? Yeah, excellent, thank you very much. Do tanks use banners? Usually not. Sometimes, it'll depend. I think the most common one I've seen is 2 DDs, occasionally a DD and a healer. But because the DDs should always be in the stack, and healers are often required to go and do other stuff, you know? Mechanics and such. DDs don't even know what that is. Yeah, it's usually a DPS thing. You just need to find 2 DDs who can sustain it. And who are potentially willing to gimp their damage a little bit in order to be able to sustain the banner and then let everyone else benefit. But it is worth it. Good scribing, just not used it much? Yeah. Don't worry about it, there's no rush. It's not essential, really. I'd say it's most useful for tanks and healers and PvP. And for DPS, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in there, especially if you start getting into support DPS, like using the knife, for example. The traveling knife. You still need PvP to unlock that banner? Ooh, I think you might need to be level 5 in support, yeah. I could be wrong. Actually, I think I am wrong about that. I don't think you need... However, an obvious point here is the Magicka Aid passive. Increase your Magicka recovery by 10% for each support ability slotted. So slotting the banner gives you 10% more Magicka recovery. If you're on a Magicka character, that is huge. Especially if you've... I mean, you won't have anything else, most likely. You might have Barrier. A tank might have the Flare. That's not going to happen. Not really. But still, that extra 10% recovery can be really, really helpful. Can make a big difference. And PvP is fun. So, the difficult bit is tracking down a build which works for you. But if anyone is in doubt and they do want to level up support and assault, use our Discord. Once again, Ninja is not a PvE guild, but we do have some really lovely and awesome, knowledgeable PvP folks hanging around. And we've got a tag, PvP Senpai, and a channel for questions. So if you want to join the Discord, you can post a specific question there and say, hey, this is the character I want. This is the type of gameplay that I tend to be good at in PvP. Any recommendations, and you'll probably get a couple of starting points, or maybe even a full build. Thanks, Ahelt. But yeah, Peter, I don't think you actually need to do any PvP to get it unlocked. I could be wrong about that.
Over here, mercenary.
Ballora is saying yes, you do need to be rank 5. Okay, so that was my initial instinct, and then I second-guessed myself. Alright, well, if Ballora's saying it, we will trust. The fact that it was my first instinct as well. Ah, Lorinda, very nice of you. I just really can't get myself into any PvP stuff. I hate PvP. Just wasn't sure if it's level 5 or 6. I mean, remember, you can get to level 3 just by doing the tutorial. So you don't have to do that much in order to get it. Maybe when the next double AP event is on. Although, yeah. No, we need to remember not all AP is affected. And thanks, Boone. Be more than happy to help you out with that. Yeah, that's cool. That is typical of the real PvP attitude. People who know what they're doing will very gladly, whether they're experts or just enthusiasts. You'll generally find no shortage of people able to help. Thanks, Vezok. Yeah. Schnack's healers can also not really spare the skill slot. That's also true. Kidding, so gonna try your Dark Templar when I stop getting distracted in game. It's a lot of fun. Not gonna lie, I tried to come up with something that was a genuine competitor, somewhat, to the Arcanist, which is so dominant. I come straight out and say it, the Arcanist is superior in a lot of ways. When I say the Arcanist, I mean a Fate Carver setup is in many ways superior. Just in case no one's applying Major Breach, I'll keep it up. Is that good on me? Where are those companion tanks when you need them, huh? I like the fact that you can get bonus stuff from these chests if you're lucky. That's pretty cool. And, Alatariel, with a healer you participate in kills to stand back and heal the front liners. Yeah. In Belordo we trust, exactly. Lorinda, I'm level 3 because of that. I'm still missing more for that skill. Well, if you ever want to just dive into PvP with some people, are you on PCEU or NA by any chance? We can even set something up. We can put out calling all PvP haters who need to do it. We'll take a group of at least like 3-4 people who know what they're doing, and then so long as you're prepared to follow the leader and listen to a couple of basic instructions like stack, retreat, whatever, we should probably be able to get people through a few levels in a very short amount of time. PCEU, there we go. Let's talk. That's the kind of thing that Maya could very easily set up. And honestly, a lot of people who, I'm not saying this will happen to you. I sound like a religious evangelist, but a lot of people who start out hating PvP because it is so contrary to a lot of the skill set that we develop for PvE. There's a huge amount of overlap as well, but obviously that if you bring a PvE build and mentality into Cyrodiil, you're gonna get hammered. You're gonna get absolutely crushed, no doubt. And I've had that experience, you know, running around in Reliquent or whatever, just joining, knowing that I didn't have the right build, but still being a little bit frustrated with being so squishy and so ineffective. So yeah, once you actually hang with a group and get some victories under your belt, it can't, you know, you might start to turn around on the issue, is all I'm saying. Could happen. Kidding, it's me too? Well, let's make it so. Make it so. Tea. Earl Grey. Hot.
This one excellent.
It's a terrible impression. Beverly. But I'm going to keep doing it anyway. Yeah, thanks for the hint. Hey Tiago, hey, just stop by to say hello, go to lunch, but obviously I'll leave the stream open. Ah, Tiago, high five, thank you so much. Have a great meal. Buon appetit. Buon appetito. Oh, this one's open, let's go. I really wish they would add unsummoning of combat pets on crowded maps. It wouldn't that annoy you though if you had combat pets? God damn it! My Daedric Prey now does nothing, you know? But yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, but Lorda, make a full heal PvP build, join BG and you get real fast level 5. That's also very true, yeah. I'll take some notes. Yeah, thank you for all the hints, guys. Really appreciate it. There's so much knowledge to share with this game, and even though that is literally what Ninja Balls is for, the idea that we can cover all of it, especially like extemporaneously, that I can just remember all the stuff I need to say and all the recommendations I need to give, it's not going to happen. So I really appreciate you guys being here and being on the money. We need to find more things to name after Balorda, don't we? Balorda's Wrath. Balordalands 4. Balorda of the Flaming Rose in The Witcher? I don't know. Alright, I'll stop now. I have to weave so slowly or it just doesn't work around here. You definitely feel the performance. My frames are fine, I'm getting like 80 frames. It's definitely getting a little bit slower than it was at the beginning of the event, right? Wow. Lauren is saying, yeah, I've done some guild versus guild and other MMOs in the past, which was quite fun, but I'm more the person who enjoyed questing, storyline, digging. Yeah, I get it. I love the combat in these, so PvP is not what I'm best at. I just lack... I can get some kills, and I can have a really good day. Especially if I'm paying attention. But ultimately, if I meet someone who's a PvP regular, they will... Unless they're having a very bad day, they'll probably have their way with me, you know? They'll flip me over and do what they like. And that's just the way it is. I don't play enough PvP to have all that muscle memory down. It does come back to you pretty quickly, like riding a bike. If you do a couple of days of PvP, I find this during vengeance testing or during an event, you do find yourself improving very fast. Just your timing and your ability to predict what someone's going to do. All that contextual stuff. Obviously, dungeons and trials in your future. Yeah. And Crypt Keeper, hello. Yeah, since being away for so long, PvP scares me again. Me too. Tedmeister, wanted to ask, when do you know you're vet ready? You're vet ready, Tedmeister. I can see it in your eyes. But Lord, I wrote non-combat. Sorry, you did, didn't you? You absolutely did. I've done 2 and been doing normals lately. Yeah, I lack the damage requirements from any of the guild runs I see, plus not having a trash setup. You're probably looking at today's run in... is it Ossian Cage or Lucent Citadel, whatever it is? Some of those, there are some hard mode tries, like one of the ones we did over the weekend, that was a trifecta. A one-bang trifecta, which I think they got. I wasn't able to make it. So obviously, in order for that to work, everyone really needs to be firing on all cylinders. But yeah, you're definitely vet ready. Lily Dryden, yes, as we all learned yesterday, wisdom is sexy. Hell yeah. Must be why I'm so unsuccessful. Too late, no more Daedric summoning for you, yeah. Alright, yeah, let's see if I can build up enough courage for that. I think the way around it is just to have a hang, which is fun. Do you know what I mean? I do not need every trial group or every PvP group or dungeon group to be an amazingly fun social experience. Actually, generally with dungeons, it's so easy. It's just 4 people. So get 4 people who get along together, you know? But with trials and PvP and such, if it's a really nice hang, honestly, I don't really care if we spend an hour wiping. I'd rather not, but I'm not going to see it as a waste of time. Same with PvP. I'm not going to get that frustrated if we're just having a laugh. Provided there is a way we can get away from a group of trolls. That's the only thing that can really ruin PvP for me is A, if it's dead, B, if it's completely non-performance, which is very rare. Cyrodiil is a bit whack, but it's very rare that I walk in there and just go, no, this is terrible, I'm not going to play this. But yeah, it's the ball groups who are just... Yeah. That can mess you up. But yeah, Ted Meister, don't worry about it. You're definitely vet ready. Just do more stuff, and there are more trials on the way. Yeah, but Lord, I'm not a Sork enjoyer anyways. That's true. And Belord, did you recognize they added an ending to the Writhing Wall event in the announcement screen? No, I missed that. That's funny. 34 days remaining. Complete. Oh, that's the Golden Pursuits I'm looking at. Four days, 2 hours, 21 minutes. What? I guess that's their... that is interesting. That's their assumption as to when Phase 2 begins. Well, that's weird, right? Because the intro quest will change when we get to that point, as I understand it. But damn, I have to use Daedric summoning in my GH prog for the alt passive for more barriers. Nice. Lorinda, my only reason to go to Cyrodiil is digging up treasure chests, feel ya, or trying to farm delves, sky shards, but not at very crowded times, to not come across everyone yet. And Belord is saying, ad break quick, everyone who wants more practice in the veteran Ossian Cage, join the Ninja Balls Discord and sign up for the trial Papa Jester is hosting tomorrow on PCEU. Tank, healer, and DD still needed. Mion, don't you find you sometimes don't have the energy to keep wiping and be there, knowing you don't have to finish? No, if that's what I mean. Absolutely. If the hang is mostly about getting the clear, then yeah, that can happen very quickly. Especially if it's a thing that I've cleared many, many times. It's not to be toxic, but it's kind of inevitable. We get frustrated when we know how to do something, and we know we can do it with a competent group, and then the group that we happen to be lumbered with just isn't up to it, or they're faffing around and not listening. Then, yeah, I get that. People can lose patience. But if the main reason I'm there is just to hang out with these people, then the outcome is so much less important. I guess that's what I meant. And yeah, for progs, I know practice is worth it, but yeah, for pugs, it's exhausting. Yeah, well, there you're right. If you're in a pug, there's no way you're there for the company of these people because you don't know them. And you're probably not even on voice. So yeah, I'm in complete agreement there. But yeah, it solves so many problems, actually, in an MMO. If you just like people to begin with. It's the greatest... Oh, come on, I dodged that. It's the greatest gift you can get from a guild. Finally, I can loot. It's very weird, isn't it? How sometimes you're one of the few people that can loot one of these, and then at other times, nope. I.e., most of the time. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Malabal tour time. Nice. Enjoy. My lord, I got a Castle Thorn hard mode carry on PCNA yesterday. I'm low CP there and just my stamp just ran out. Was dead and execute. Whoops.
We ain't found shit.
Hey, King Hellfire. I'm sorry to hear you didn't find anything. Whoa, what is that companion doing? He keeps sheathing his weapon. I'm so confused by companion behavior. Well, welcome on in, everybody. If you just joined, or if you don't know me, this is Khan. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. I'm just one half of the mighty Ninja Pulls. The other half is my wife, Maya. She's not here with us today. She's working. But she should be around at the weekend, which is rapidly approaching. What is also rapidly approaching is the Witches' Festival. I did post a guide for that, which I'll bring up in just a moment. Wow, not that many people at this one. I'm running out of juice. I should really slot the Nightblade Execute instead. I'm only ever using it on single targets anyway, so it makes no sense to have this. King Hellfire, hey. Ah, Peter, give Doggo a treat. Alright, let's do it. No, she heard that. Head just shot up from her basket. Hey, do you want a treat? Good girl, come on then. Gotta get a dog cam at some point, but for now, let's have the next best thing. Doggy ASMR. I'll bring the mic down so you guys can hear it. Yeah, did that work? Oh, good girl. Good girl. Yeah, give her one of those big bone things. One horse upgrade in every 15 hours. Yeah, it takes time. That's one of those systems which is purely designed around what's the term for it? Onboarding? Obviously, not every system can be designed like that, but that sense of reward you get when you finally complete it, it's kind of nice. Oh yeah, so we're going to take a look at the guide that I made. Give me a moment. Let's bring it up. Okay, here we go. So that is the little graphic I made this morning. Very simplified. Obviously, there's a lot more going on, but this gives you like an at a glance version of things. So it runs from the 23rd, in just about 2 hours' time, until the 5th. And obviously, there is a shift in. We go from daylight saving time to regular clock in the interim. But yeah, skulls, you get Dremora Plunder skulls drop from each boss type once a day. The first time you defeat a boss, so the first one of these you'll get 2 tickets. Up to 28 during the event. You can get up to 10 of the special golden skulls per day, but you would have to do an arena, an incursion, a delve, a dungeon, a trial, a public dungeon, a world boss, Thoat, and both of these bonus bosses, Crowborn Horror and Lord Hollowjack. Lord Hollowjack is actually kind of difficult to solo. Like, you can definitely do it, but it's kind of boring. So, either bring quite a robust build, or get at least one other player to do it with you. Because if he one-shots you during the sneak phase, the whole fight will reset and you'll be annoyed. Yeah, crunchy. Sounds like a good treat. Gonna play some PG3 until the event starts. Nice. And thank you very much for the follow, Pyro Knits. What dog you got? I mean, what race? It is a chocolate Labrador. Labrador Retriever. We did have 2. One died last year. Very suddenly. He wasn't even that old. It was very, very tough. Oof. That guy was at our wedding. Oh, it was well over a year ago. It's like 18 months ago now. But at the time, it really fucked me up. I did the proper thing. I didn't like. Oh, before we get into that, let's just wrap up. And so yeah, the new stuff, Hag Matron's body markings and face markings and Wicker Chain Soul style pages. These are kind of fun, actually. In case you guys weren't here yesterday, we took a look at these already. Where are they? There. That's the Wicker Chain style. I guess that's the body marking. That's pretty good. I like it. So yeah, that's the event. That'll be happening in a couple of hours. That'll be starting at 3 p.m. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to finish streaming shortly after it begins, but such is the way of things. But yeah, I found myself, King Hellfire, like, getting stressed at night and just not being able to sleep after the dog died. A little bit lame, but I was talking to Medic about it in Amsterdam. You know, the ESO streamer Medic. He loves his dogs, as some of you may know if you've hung out with him. His dog will feature on his streams from time to time, and so yeah, we were sort of. He just got a new one around that time. We were swapping stories about it. But yeah, it didn't even occur to me what it was. But I would sort of lie awake, feeling a little bit stressed, and I've always been shit at getting to sleep. When I was a teenager, I really struggled with insomnia. Nothing major, but like, it got a little bit silly. But usually I just put on a podcast or an audiobook and eventually sorts itself out. But yeah, it's tough when a dog is such an integral part of the home. I guess for some people it's not that big a deal. But I think for most people it is a real wrench when a dog dies, and it's hard for people who don't have or haven't had that kind of relationship with an animal to really grok how tough it can be. I mean, you just get on with it. What can you do? But yeah, poor little dude. We still have the other one though. Well, enjoy Baldur's Gate 3, Lily Dryad. Arena Skull's not really one I will get every day. Too much work. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And Sullivan just found out the top 2% tribute players get 250 transmutes every season. Nothing. Always be like this. I hate that boss bad design. The puppy here heard it. Is jelly now. Oh, got 13 ghost vibe going on. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Oregon Cake. But yeah, I agree, Lily. An arena skull every day? Give me a fucking break. No chance. Yeah, dogs are soulmates. They really can be. You can have such a deep relationship with them in a way which involves like mutual communication. They're not amazing at telling us what's up, but they can do it. And they do it. And they're amazing at reading what things that we don't even realize that we're giving off. Dogs are better at reading our body language than we are, like way better. It's kind of incredible. Cats are very good at it too, but dogs are like the masters. It's uncanny how you will you'll share a text message exchange with your partner or something, and the dog will know just from your behavior, oh, mummy's coming home or something. Eerie. But all it is just them, it's pattern recognition of a sort. Crypt Keeper, I wish we could get a couple of months with no events. It makes it hard to focus. Yeah, I kind of agree. Event fatigue is definitely an issue with ESO. I agree. Yeah, almost every month an event in ESO. I don't really mind them, but yeah, I do think there are more than we need. For sure. And some of them, they have drawbacks for veteran players. You know, they fill up your inventory with guff. I know a lot of people who will deliberately, even though they're in the game, and they'd be happy to do the event quest, they just don't do it. Because the stuff you get with tickets isn't something they feel like they need, and they can't be bothered with the hassle of constantly having to clean out their inventory. Yeah, King Alpha, I don't even want to think about when this time gets to me. Yeah, it's tough. And Orden Cake, my soul will be crushed. We have 2 Dobermans, and they're honestly my best friends. I love Dobermans. That is a very misunderstood breed. Because of the whole chopping off the tail and pinning the ears up in such an effective way at making them look like... Well, they look scary, basically, don't they? Have any of you guys ever met a Doberman without its tail chopped off? And yes, that is as barbaric as it sounds. And without its ears pinned? It's like one of the most beautiful, sweet-looking dogs you can imagine. And they have this, like, fearsome reputation. Like, I think a lot of people, if you said, oh, I'm thinking of getting a Doberman, they'd be horrified. No, can't get one of those. It's a guard dog. Very misunderstood, right? Oh, please do post a pic. We very nearly got a Doberman as our second dog. It was my idea, because I'd known one when I was a kid, called Finn. A friend of the family had this big Doberman, and he did have his ears done, but not the tail. And he was just the most amazing guy. Like, if you would sit down with him and put your hand on his chest, you know, to give him like a rub just below the neck, he would do that thing where he would put his paw over your hand. So, oh yeah, keep that up. Yeah, that's the stuff. Quit moving around. Who has aggro on this guy? And that was the first time I'd seen a dog really do that. Then we got our own family dog a little bit later. Yeah. But the seeds were already sown. Doberman, man. Awesome. Yeah, like the pit bull, they get a bad rep. Yeah. Isn't there a sub-species or a sub-breed of pit bull that is actually... has very little to do with fighting? And they haven't even been bred for that particular. I don't know enough about it, but... Yeah, popular perception can be dopey as hell. Sometimes, right? Me and my cat is going to be my first proper heartbreak for sure. Aww. Yeah, I remember getting a look. I actually welled up when we had to put our cat down a couple of years ago. I welled up right in front of the vet. I didn't care. She was lying there on the table and I was saying goodbye. But he gave me a look that was sort of one of surprise. I don't know, maybe just because I'm a big guy and he wasn't expecting that reaction. But yeah, it was just what I felt. It was like, oh man, I'm going to miss this silly little cat that we've had for 14 years. Our other one, who's an absolute arsehole, he's going to be 19. And when I said arsehole, he's an absolute maniac. He's very, very cheeky, extremely funny, very cute. But yeah, a real criminal. A smooth criminal. I have a feeling he's going to last a long, long time. He's probably going to outlive the dog. who the hell clips off tails? Well, if it makes the dog look scary and its primary function is a guard dog, I can see it. But yeah, it does seem incredibly cruel. Especially if you take one look at a Doberman puppy and it's like, wow. The person who does this, on the one hand, you're a piece of shit. On the other hand, you deserve credit for even being able to do such a thing. My dog's now giving me the eye. She knows it's approaching 1 o'clock here. Crypt Keeper, I know since returning, nothing but events. I mean, I can skip, but then... yeah, screwed the rewards. PLG away, or maybe find new game. Yeah, what's the best way to deal with event fatigue? I would probably cope with it in the following way. I'm not saying this is going to work for you, but if I would just treat it as a quick login, get it done, push, you know, do the absolute bare minimum. So you're still getting your tickets, you can get the rewards, you can buy them with gold later, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Or if you are on a Discord with like-minded people whose company you enjoy, just go and hang out and just tell a bunch of jokes and just be silly. Be silly nerds together on Discord for a while. That's one of the greatest things that ESO has brought to my life. It is actually nothing to do with the game itself, but the hangs that we've had when playing this game. And when you discover, oh, this person is just like me, holy shit. And you discover a thing that you both really like. Or maybe a channel full of people like that. It's great. Especially during lockdown. When that shit was like impossible to get any other way. You couldn't go to a boring cocktail party and meet a new person, you know? Hey, Subtle D! How's it going? Welcome back to Twitch, buddy. How's it going? Look at that. Subtle D with a prime sub. That's crazy. Foyerlight System, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. They're apparently doing a 13 Ghosts remake, Orangate. No way. That's crazy. That could work really well, though, to be fair. Because it wasn't like it's not like an art house movie to begin with. I could see that working. Interesting. Yeah, kidding. Same. Cats. DGAF. Oh, but Lord, like a few years ago, I hated PvP a lot, so I wouldn't do the 2 PvP events every year. At the end of the year, every fragment returns, and I was able to buy every collectible and didn't miss any quarterly thing. Yeah, that's a very good point. So maybe skip every other one. That's Belorda's suggestion as well. And Ted might say, yes, you absolutely will be able to do this, the Solstice story later on. This will come to ESO Plus, in the same way that if you get ESO Plus now, you will have, Westweald and scribing and all of that stuff that arrived earlier this year with ESO Plus. So slightly less than a year. Oh no, it's almost exactly a year after it becomes available for to purchase. And something like that will happen with Solstice. I imagine the whole thing will become available in one go. So who knows when that will be, but it's definitely happening, and the wall will be up. When you arrive here, the wall will be up, and you won't be able to shoot it down, I think. I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work, but you'll be able to do all of the Western Solstice story, the Eastern Solstice story. There'll be a short storyline regarding the wall as well, and the 3 of them then tied together. So the wall won't actually disappear until you personally shoot it down. A lot of people don't get that. That's another very cool bit of tech that the devs have made sure they built in advance of this. I mean, the event is still underwhelming for a whole bunch of reasons, but you know, that's pretty dope. So the people who miss this event entirely, it's not like they'll never see the writhing wall or they'll never get to shoot it down. And Stullerton, I just buy group repair kits, yeah. If I happen to get some event tickets, yeah, that's a good idea as well. Crypt Keeper, that's at the Pitbull. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, they banned this practice in Germany. I think it's getting increasingly like that. It's like, who is this for, even? I'm just searching our chat for pet pictures now. If you ever want to post stuff, guys, just do it in the chat channel. Oh, here we go. Oh, no way. Thanks, Oregon Cake. Oh, they're beautiful. Guys, look at the Ninja Pools Discord. I would... Like, the Chocolate Labrador, she manipulates me like crazy. She probably has no idea how much power she has over me. Apparently I have a blacksmithing writ? What? No, it's just one of these. But yeah, I feel like that Doberman face. Game over, man. Game over. Yeah, just no such thing as a bad dog, just a bad owner. Yeah, ultimately a little simplistic, but yeah, that's basically true, isn't it? Thanks, Arlen Cake. Really appreciate that. God forbid men get emotional. Yeah, I don't know. I've known pit bulls to be the sweetest dogs. Yeah, I haven't actually met any. The only ones that I have encountered are the ones that they've got. You go anywhere near them, like we're talking like 200 meters away in the park, and the owner will start screaming, "Get your dog away! Get your dog away!" Because they got the wrong kind of pit bull, I guess. Thanks for that, Likes to Play Catch. How's it going? Welcome on in. Everybody give it up for Likes to Play Catch. Yeah, Hellfire, right, yeah. In some cases, there are medical reasons. The tail is too thin, constantly breaking. Yeah, yeah. With guard dogs, that's a different thing. Brittany Spaniels have been through this a lot as well. Delightful. Chopping the tail so it's just a little waggle stump. And that's very cute, but it's like, why? It affects their ability to communicate or signal their intent and mood to other dogs. So you're genuinely setting them up for a less fulfilling life if you do this. One of the big things that dogs recognize, I'm no expert, but I've read a couple of books on this, is the silhouettes. This is very important. And this is why so many yappy little dogs have horrible temperaments, because they go through life being sort of not recognized and treated suspiciously by other normal-looking dogs, you know, with a typical silhouette like a German Shepherd or a Doberman or a Labrador. But, you know, the little Pekingese or whatever, or the Pomeranian, doesn't get recognized. What the other dog that it meets is like, what the hell is that? A lot of the time. So they will be treated coldly, or they'll be barked at, or whatever. They just won't get the same fulfilling social interactions, especially when they're little. And that's when a lot of this behavior becomes ingrained, right? So it's a real shame. And Ted Meister got a little collie. They definitely know how to cheer you up if you're coming after having a bad day, I bet. It's definitely helped me with my mental health issues. During lockdown, I can't imagine the impact. The positive impact of having pets. But yeah, I feel like I was the luckiest man alive during lockdown, which was tougher for people than we tend to admit. It was just, like, even just to the point of it being a pain in the ass that lasted a couple of years. But for a lot of people, like, the impact of not having any psychological, not having any sort of social interactions really for such an extended period of time can't be good for anyone. But yeah, I just discovered ESO. I'd never been into an MMO like this before. Maya and I were both working from home anyway, and we're into the same stuff. It's not like we both play video games, we like the same kind of movies, music, and yeah, so very, very fortunate. Weren't getting on each other's nerves the same way that some of my friends were. And we had pets. So I feel like, you know, I really lucked the fuck out there. Hey, thank you so much, Orden Cake, for the sub! 4 months. Amazing. Maya and I really, really appreciate it, and we appreciate your company as well. Hey, there's Maya. Speaking of which, it's cake. It is. No, seriously, Orden Cake and everyone who's subbing on a monthly basis now, hugely appreciated your company, the support, and of course pet photos and recipe photos and all of that fun shit. We really, really dig it. Thank you so much. Alright, I had a question. And Lorinda, oh, probably missed it now, but have a nice look. Where were we? Have to farm mud crab to do my writs. I use an add-on called Dolgabon's Daily... What's it called? Dolgabon's Lazy Writ Crafter. And you can skip... Yeah, you can turn these on. Or rather, you can turn them off. Violet Coprinus, Mudcrab Chitin, and Nernroot. The ones that are a pain and that are expensive, especially these two. I'm constantly having to buy or farm. I just turn those off. So if I get one of those, my character will just abandon it automatically. Maybe an idea. And Alan was saying for housing. Do we like the idea of gardening? Being able to plant stuff like columbine? Obviously, it would be good to have very small. It would have to be small amounts and limited to one house per account. The idea of having something practical to do. I completely agree with that. I think that's a fun one. It's come up before in the past. Likes to play catch. I'm loving this idea. A living, breathing garden to grow our own materials and provisions. Yeah, man. How cool. And egg birds. Thank you so much for the cheer. Delightful. Kiddings. I would love that. Cryptkeeper, I want to pat all the dogs I see, but I always ask the owner first. Napoleon complex for dogs. It's sort of a bit like that. Yeah. It is a bit like that. Perfect. Perfect description. But yeah, it's to do with not... like, if you look at the way dogs behave, especially a sort of a quote-unquote textbook dog like a Labrador, the way that it uses its tail and ears and just body language generally to show I'm friendly, I'm chill, or I'm alert, I'm nervous, don't come too close, or I'm scared, or whatever, anything in between. They have so many interesting ways of doing this, and a little dog just cannot, it doesn't have those tools. It's like trying to convince someone of something without using your voice or your face. Think how easily fights erupt in text chat, you know, on Discord. People misunderstand one another. They sound way more aggressive than they mean to. Ugh, it's a nightmare. That's what little dogs are experiencing. They are robbed of all their most important communication tools, and they only have the very simplest stuff available. It's almost like that. It's unfair. So unless they're very carefully puppy trained, you get like puppy parties and stuff like that, they can easily run into a bad experience with a few dogs early on in their lives, and then they're kind of doomed to be suspicious and temperamental for the rest of their life. And it's tough. It's tough on the dog, it's tough on the owner. Aaron and Cake, so when working as a security dog, they are usually in bush and bramble for perimeter work, and they can actually do fatal damage if they rip their ears or tail. A lot of vital nerves in the tail base, so it's safer to crop and dock. It's now widely banned in most of Europe, but still done in small places. There we go. I didn't actually know about that. I always assumed it was for aesthetic reason, you know, to make them look tough and scary. But yeah, that makes sense in the case of like a gun dog. A Brittany Spaniel, for example. Thanks for that, that's good knowledge.
Those cultists ruin some gear.
Cyborg, yeah, +1.
They'll never stop the Stirk Fellowship's
Egg birds. Big dogs do seem to get proper training because they can be very dangerous. That's true, if they misbehave, but small dogs just get picked up, pulled away, not getting a proper training. I believe, or at least I hope, that if you would treat a small dog the same as you would a big dog, they would be less of a dickhead. Well, plenty of small dogs are lovely. But yeah, there are lots of factors. There's those that are artificially bred, whereas like a Jack Russell, which is a small terrier, is more of a, you know, it's a working dog. It was bred not selectively, but just sort of organically over hundreds and hundreds of years to be good at certain things. Whereas other dogs that are bred very quickly and artificially to look a certain way, you know, so that they fit nicely in Paris Hilton's handbag, they are, it just kind of stands to reason you're likely to run into more issues with an animal like that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There's no need for us to be like anti-little dog. My uncle calls them Tibetisa, which means carpet pisses. But he's a bit of a dog snob. He's always had spaniels his whole life. I think he grew up with them. His grandmother had them, and I've never known him not to have at least one spaniel living with him. I think they got a Labrador actually a few years ago, but prior to that, spaniels all the way. So yeah, Tibbetty. I don't know if any Danes in the chat, is that a common phrase? I never heard anyone use it except my uncle. And how's it going, Maya? Oh, I love it when Maya hops into chat. It's the best. And Vavel, I'm still waiting for an option to hide the banner bearer visuals. It's so annoying, but the benefits are just too strong. I have got bad news for you, Vavel. Well, it's not bad news. I don't think enough people have a problem with it for them to do anything about it. But I hope that if people like you are fed up with the way this thing, it does have quite loud visuals, if that makes sense. Maya! Maya! It doesn't bother me, and I feel like I do need to be able to see when if it's been deactivated. But yeah, I hope other people will speak up if this is a thing, because I'm sure that if Zos get enough people saying, "Oh my god, please change this," they would do it. But yeah, I sympathize. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope they'll do something that makes it less annoying for you. Oradicate, my Doberman's best friend, was a three-legged Frenchie. She used to let the dog get away with murder. She knew she could... So a French Bulldog, right? That's, yeah, quite a small one. She knew she could end it all with a bite, but it was beautiful to see them play. Yeah, I can imagine. One of the funniest relationships I've ever seen in real life. Like, you're on YouTube and you see a million of these things, but it was one of the family dogs, my cousin's dog. And she also had a parakeet. I think it's a parakeet. You know, one of those white guys with the yellow mohawk. Very smart birds. They can imitate and do not quite parrot levels of smart, but close relations, I think. And yeah, seeing the dog so wanted to hassle this thing, and the bird was a real dickhead. It would just climb all over him with its clawed feet. It would like sit on his head. It was so cheeky. I don't know what the bird was trying to do, whether it was just enjoying itself, or whether it was smart enough to have a sense of mischief. But it certainly looked like mischief, and the dog was so good and well behaved. It would just never do anything, but it would look sideways at this fucking bird like, I so want to eat you. You got it coming. One day, I will be avenged. I'm good. Maya says, hungry. Well, I'm excited about lunch. How about you? And Ted, my subscribing's base game now correct? Yes. NPC over here. So Westweald? Skingrad, specifically. And yeah, Blord is also saying it's correct. You can pick it up in the crown store. Freudian slip. But yeah, if I remember correctly, there are a couple of ways to get there. There's also a video. I did a video of this on YouTube. You won't be able to see the guy, but he should be standing right here. And if you go to our channel, look up subscribing, you can also see a walkthrough of all the beginning stuff. But yeah, if you head down here, near the southern gate, outside the Mages Guild, you'll see this guy. And he'll start you on the path. And some people didn't like the scribing story. For what it's worth, I'm going to say buckle up and just sit back and enjoy it. I thought it was really lovely. It was weird, very different for ESO. The soundtrack and the type of story that they're telling are very different. But I thought, and it's quite melodramatic as well, which isn't always my favorite. But hey, melodrama is how our societies tell, that's how we process things a lot of the time. I thought scribing storyline was really fucking cool. And Wes Johnson's, one of his favorite characters ever that he's voiced is in there, or one of his favorite roles in a video game. So yeah, enjoy that. And saying, aren't you surrounded by food just waiting to be eaten? Yeah, but that makes you even more hungry, and you can't necessarily just have all of it. It's a weird experience. Having worked with Maya on a lot of these events. Lena Elvira, one pet I regret getting is the house rabbits. Mine are free roaming and they just have such an entitled attitude. I love that description. They have such an entitled attitude. I have known friends, like friends with little sisters who had bunnies, and they were always lovely. But yeah, quite a lot of work. And they can make a lot of mess.
You're welcome.
Right? But yeah, they are incredibly sweet animals. Like, irresistibly cute. It was such a cool moment whenever I would go to my my girlfriend's little sister at one point had a really beautiful, like, charcoal grey rabbit. And it was a really big, fluffy thing. And it was, you know, it was fairly chill. It didn't get up to a lot of mischief, but every now and again when we were hanging out in the living room watching a movie, this thing would hop up onto the sofa arm and just sit next to you on the arm of the sofa. And that just felt like a really cool moment. It was like a famous person sitting next to you on the aeroplane. Do you know what I mean? Definitely not a kid or starter pet like people like to believe. I'm sure that's true. Bunny too stinky. Yeah, that's also true, yeah. I don't think I'd ever have a rabbit, but like one of my mates is married to hey, not pure. Welcome on in. Wow, I was just about to go and feed the dog, but now I can't. We've just been raided on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy. Yeah, one of my friends is married to a lady who loves her bunny rabbits. I think she's had one ever since she was a teenager. And as soon as one of theirs dies, they just get a new one within days. They've been married long enough that I think that's happened a couple of times. Yeah, crazy. Crypt Keeper, I love that as well. 3-word sentence. Bunny too stinky. Nuh-uh. Right, I'm wandering around a little bit aimlessly here. I should go and get some more Dominion furs. Poor doggo. Lunchie's delayed. Yeah, I know. I'll go and feed her in a minute. She's lying down. She's back in her basket, but yeah, she's got one eye open, staring at me. What was that word you just said? Crypt Keeper. We used to have some wild ones come in our backyard until the dogs chased them away. And Lena, only if they're not neutered, they don't smell after that. Okay. Leocotis, hi. And Empwick, I'll give you the setup that I'm running at the moment. This is not a build anyone should follow. But here's what I'm running. If you want to screenshot that. The food doesn't matter. The gear doesn't really matter. I'm just running Rush of Agony because it's fun and silly. This is not a build I would take to dungeons or trials. Right, let's stick with the regular food. Yeah, we talked a little bit about this yesterday on the channel. So you can see Rush of Agony. You may know it if you do PvP. You'll know Rush of Agony already. When I do Stampede, it's on cooldown at the moment, but it will chain in nearby enemies. So if I do this, if I just aggro these little guys, then I Stampede the troll, should chain them in. Bonk, like that. And then just gets everything stacked up. But it's for fun. It's not something you should... Maybe in dungeons, if your tank is okay with it. The proc does pretty decent damage. But mostly I'm just running it for the lols. Yeah, in case anyone missed it and did want to take note, screenshot that. Obviously, you can change all of this stuff. You can slot reaving blows. Might not be a bad idea for a lot of content. You don't need the Sork execute. Absolutely not. That's just there for lols. You should definitely... In fact, I think I'll change it. Let's just slot this instead. It's better to have slotted passively, and it is more effective. Much more effective. Unless you're executing a large group of enemies at the same time. Then the Sork one's really good, but it's mostly because I like using it, and it gives me a Magicka sync. No worries, Empu. Hope that's helpful. Speaking of builds, there will be updates on the website and on YouTube very, very soon. Getting to work on that. Well, literally today. Nice one. I just stampeded the snake. Went right past the two cats. Just like me. I mean, what are we talking about? After men get neutered, they don't smell anymore. I mean, it depends what they were smelling of in the first place. Right? Wink, wink. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone who came with the raid from Not Pure. This is Khan, you're watching Ninja Pulls. I'm flying solo today. I'm one half of the Ninja Pulls team, the other half is my wife, Maya. And yeah, we stream pretty much everything in ESO. We do pretty much everything in ESO except Tales of Tribute. But I will be streaming that apparently sometime soon. It was a stretch goal during our September event. But yeah, we love this game. This is our main game that we play. We run a guild on the NA and EU servers, PC. And you're very welcome to join if you have accounts on either of those servers. It's also a teaching guild, so if you ever have any questions at all, nerdy stuff, basic stuff, advanced stuff, hit me up. If I don't have the answer on hand, someone in chat definitely will. So it's actually, between us, I think we provide a pretty decent resource.
No! Sarah, please!
I wish they would just all spawn at once. Do you know what I mean? It's tedious. Oh, there we go. I'm still collecting these, apparently. Sturk Fellowship Shoulders. Bonk. Shoulder protection is often overlooked until an overhand smash leaves one's limbs useless. The required epaulet should consist of multiple layers of cloth and metal to cushion the force of any blows. Ornate designs are acceptable, but not encouraged. Huh. Kazi, it's taking longer than I thought, but it's already looking good. Excellent. Like it.
Thank you.
But Lord of Rushing Agony would piss me off as the tank in dungeon when a DD is running it. Yeah, normally, I think me too. I'm already annoyed by Arcanist running Rune of Displacement. The reason I say it can work is because in my old dungeon group, Sin of Men used to run Rush of Agony. He would have ditched it if I'd asked him to, but I never did. The only time I ever said to him, Sin, was if he would stampede completely the wrong thing. So we'd get two stacks. One on me, the tank, and another one. But usually, because we ran together regularly, we both knew where the stack needed to be, and that meant that I could focus on taunting big ads, chaining distant ads, and all the small ones in between would get sucked right in, and we'd have the most amazing stack ever, and shit would just melt so fast. Oh, I'm still not done. 6 out of 8 only. But yeah, I know what you mean. Crypt Keeper, for some reason, never had an interest in Tales of Tribute. Never even done the quest to open it. Yeah, same. Same here. And now I remember to still need the Tales of Tribute dailies. Whoops. It sucks not having Maya here to do these, or any of you guys to group up with. These dailies get done so much faster. Because you get double the drops. I don't know, I think a lot of it would be solved if they would have just not made them random, if they'd made it a guaranteed drop with every kill. It just seems kind of insane to me that they didn't realize that was kind of a prerequisite. Like, it seems so obvious to me, Clearly it doesn't to the devs. But yeah, enough whining. The name of the guild is Ninja Pulls. Frosty Rucker. Yeah. A Crypt Keeper figure I can play cards at home and real cards. Yeah. Israel, hello! Welcome on in. Welcome on in, everyone. Hope you're having a lovely week. Which set is this? That was Rushing Agony we were talking about. It comes from the Dread Cellar dungeon. And it is not OP. It's not a set anyone needs to go and collect. Unless you're running ball groups in PvP. Then, yeah, probably you do want someone running this. But I'm just using it for fun. Because I made... One of the first things I did when subclassing dropped. On PTS, I made a bunch of trial setups, dungeon setups, dummy setups, experimental things like that, you know? Just seeing what we could do, how much damage we could squeeze out of the new system. But when it went live, the very first thing I did was just make a fun overworld, I should say, setup for my main character, which is this one, the Nightblade. I miss Path of Darkness. I miss it bad. But Storm Calling and Adric Spear are pretty sick. It's very fun, it's powerful, it's chill. But it's not trial ready. I'm not pure saying hello as well, guys. Hope you're all well. I'll be raiding and running, but hope you have a fantastic stream. Thank you so much. Have a lovely, lovely day, mate. Take it easy. And enjoy yourself. Thank you again for the raid. Kazi, picture in Discord. Ooh, let's have a look.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you.
Oh my god, Orodon Cake. Mesmerized by snout pictures. Oh, King Hellfire. Oh, what a beaut. Zdenia's dog on, and Lena's cat as well. Wow, she's beautiful. Very much like the cat that we lost a couple of years ago. Kazi looks awesome. Is this so that you don't disturb your neighbors so much? Or are you going to be recording audio, or... Yeah, they don't give a captain collectible. What do I know? Yeah, I'm with Crypt. I don't even know what that is. A house guest. Ah, I see. Captain Kayleen. Okay. Is it Carleen or Kayleen? Crypt Keeper. I've seen some dropping and then all of a sudden stop when you need one more. Yeah, right. Urgh. So I've been urging people to group up because genuinely you do save a lot of time by doing it that way. Why don't I port to Skingrad, by the way? That's weird. Alright, guys. I'm going to go and have to feed the dog. It is past her feeding time now. Poor thing. So I'm going to go and get on that. I will leave you for about 2 minutes. Then I'll be right back and we will carry on. And hey, thank you so much, Zomkaza, for the follow. Really appreciate it. Sorry to love you and leave you, but I won't be long at all. Stretch your legs, go grab a glass of water. Get a breath of fresh air. Whatever you need, I'll be back momentarily. Okay, I'm back. How could it not be trial ready? Pure classes were trial ready until they introduced subclassing. I meant the whole shebang. I would not bring this to a trial. But yeah, don't get me wrong, I would have seen many, many far worse setups brought to a trial. The sustain isn't quite good enough, isn't quite where I would like it for a trial. The damage isn't high enough as to where I would like it for a trial, but I guess my standards are a little bit high, maybe? I just know I can do a lot better, so I wouldn't bring this. I would shake it up. I'd probably ditch Storm Calling. I'd certainly, well, maybe, depends. Yeah, it really, really depends. Depends if we're talking about pugs. Depends if we're talking about normal trials, veteran trials, DLC hard modes, trifectas. There's a lot contained within that word, isn't there? So yeah, I should be a little bit clearer maybe, but it's not what I would consider trial ready. It's not a setup I would recommend for trials. Let me put it that way. Gotta take some rest, had a short night. Balorda, have a lovely, lovely sleep, and we'll catch you later. Have a good one. It's a bigger open room. Gotcha. We lost my cat's brother at this time last year, Lena. Yeah. We're gonna mark these moments, man. Those are the things that they end up punctuating our existence to a degree, don't they? And it's a thing I have to remind myself of, to be more mindful about keeping in touch with people. You never fucking know when they're gonna be gone, or when they're suddenly gonna be very, very sick, and you can't do the things that you used to do anymore. You can't have the same hangs. Yeah, we're not here to talk about all that. Call your parents, boys and girls. Once in a while. Unless your parents suck, in which case, you know, maybe continue to give them the silent treatment, but you know what I mean. Right, what did I get? More stuff that I don't need. A Wormwrithe Jack, which I also don't need. Well, that's another one I can trade to. I think I already traded this to Maya, but could trade it to someone else if they need. Yeah, we'll stop a little bit of bouncing sound waves. Gotcha. And Quida Kid, or Quiz the Kid. Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind. We are only 30 away. 30 follows away, guys, from 7.2. 7.2 thousand followers for this little channel. That is wild. And Crypt Keeper, I hate what subclassing did for trials. Kind of forced to play a certain way. It depends on the group. It really, really does. I don't know, I don't feel like I'm forced to play anyway, but I do think they've given us a lot of trials recently which are very, very focused on... Are they alphabetical, not in order of release? But they're very focused on cleave damage. Like, if you look at the last few trials, Boss 1, Boss 2, Boss 3, they... Maybe not Boss 2, actually, but Bosses 1 and 3, and obviously side bosses as well, the little secret ones. It really, really helps to have a lot of cleave damage. If you don't have cleave damage, the first boss in particular is an absolute nightmare. What's about the one before that? Lucent Citadel. Same. Boss 1, you're going to bring some cleave damage. Final boss, not so much, but then you're stuck with that setup which has to work throughout all the rooms on your way back down to find Zorin waiting at the exit. Yikes. And the second boss, yeah, clearly, big cleave damage. It's not only useful, it is absolutely mandatory. And what was before that? We've got Necrom, which was Sanity's Edge. Sanity's Edge, less so, admittedly. But yeah, an Unsul, you definitely want a big cleave damage as well. At least you need a component of that within the group. And it can help a lot on the first boss for more advanced strats. So it's just... We don't need to go through every example. But boy, they really, really have focused on, oh, you need to burn down a lot of secondary targets alongside the main one. It didn't used to be like that, and I agree that it makes things more interesting, but it's become the default setting. So that, coupled with the introduction of the Arcanists, has just meant that that's one of the reasons Arcanist has been king for so long. There are plenty of other reasons too, and even if the Arcanists didn't exist, it would still be a problem. It would mean that Necromancers, Dragon Knights, were utterly peerless. And, you know, Sorks, Nightblades, don't really get a look in. Alright, where are we going now? Creature Fat. How lovely. Kidding, so I need a spirit board to contact them. Instead of Storm calling, because it's the line my leader want, I have Storm, Herald of the Tome, and Assassination. Gotcha. Most groups, if you want coordinated groups, even older trials. Really? I don't find that I need to put pressure on anyone to bring anything in particular. Unless it is quite a... Hey Maya. Unless it is quite an ambitious... Like if we're doing something quite difficult. Like, I'm in a group right now. I'm running a group on Mondays, which has been going a long time. Currently, they're doing Cloud Rest, so... VCR +3. It's not a Griffin Heart group, but I'd be disappointed if it doesn't get a few Griffin Hearts while we're in there. That's certainly the idea. But I haven't told anyone what to bring. I literally don't care, so long as they can get the job done. Why should I care what they're bringing? All I want is 2 DDs to bring Banner, and to make sure we have enough Cleave and in fact, I don't even need Cleave. Either people bring the Cleave, or they focus the minis. Single target, focus the minis, you know? And it works fine. And yeah, VCR +3 is a lot easier than it used to be. But there's plenty of content in the game which is much easier than that. From a trial standpoint. And yeah, it would be absolutely wrong of me to claim that we need to do it this or that way, or it just won't work. No, it'll work if the group plays properly and works as a team. So that's a little bit disappointing you found that experience, or that you've had that experience. I've got to say, sorry about that. It's not like that everywhere. I quite enjoy the groups where we don't need to comp everything and specialize everything. That freedom is kind of nice. Man, I'm getting absolutely nothing from this. Sucks. And Queso's a runner on a Trackster. Or a Trackstar, that could be. Welcome on in, and thank you very much for the follow. And Shazen, same to you. Thank you so much for the follow, guys. Appreciate it. And Lancelot saying, I'ma say it's word here anyways. I'ma just say it's word here anyway. Oh, you mean the good old Ouija board? Yeah. Yeah. Didn't know how to spell it. Spirit board works. It's fine. Word is a pain in the butt to spell or even type, yeah. Ouija, right? Mjorn, I want to try like Dreadcell Reef again. So fun and well designed. It's a bit long. Like, do you remember pugging it in those early days? Or even progging it with, not pugging, but, you know, going to loot runs, practice runs with a guild? You would often not be able to clear it in that 2-hour slot. Because people would fuck around on boss number 1. They'd fuck around and find out, as we say. And that meant, you know, that takes time. You lose time, and then suddenly you get to Teleria with 15 minutes left in the slot. That's time for what? 3, 4 attempts? Just a few pulls. And if the tank, if it's their first time main tanking it, they're probably not going to get it on the first go. So yeah, I love Dreadcell, don't get me wrong, but it did have its drawbacks. The fact that it was so long especially when it was new, and there wasn't that critical mass of players yet who could cruise through it. Crypt Keeper, my crafter just got level 50. Templar, so may work on him to be able to have Dawn and Adric skill lines. We'll see. I see, yeah. Just want to get into trials for practice, learn mechs, yeah. And RDS, I'm new to ESO. Is it worth to get that 2025 content pack? Mostly negative reviews on Steam. It doesn't say what we get with it. What you get with it is... Honestly, I don't know about those Steam reviews. I don't know what the hell people were expecting. ESO is a weirdly polarizing game at the moment. Players have very stubborn ideas about what it needs to do, and sometimes if the devs have different ideas, rightly or wrongly, people can get pissy and bad-tempered and they can review bomb or talk shit or whatever. And it's like, well, are you really offering critique here, or are you just venting your personal frustration? I think there's a lot of the latter going on. But yeah, the game has some drawbacks. It's reduced at the moment. What you get is this half of Solstice, this island down here. It's a big zone. If you've played, I guess if you're new, you won't have done this, but all of these other zones here, Tavani Peninsula plus Necrom, these are the chapter zones that we get. We've been getting them every year. Blackwood, Westweald, Somerset, High Isle, Vardenfell. These are all Western Skyrim, which is a big, Skyrim tribute, obviously. This is the chapter model they've been doing every year. A big chapter release in the middle of the year. This year they did something a little bit different. They've made the chapter slightly bigger. They split it in two, so they don't have to release it all in one go, so they can polish everything up a little bit more. It's a sequel to the base game, so it's cooler in that respect. And so you get both halves. The second half will be available in a few weeks when we finish this current event, and then you get this event which is going on at the moment. So it will be on ESO Plus next year. If you're a brand new player, honestly, I would maybe wait and see. Like, by the time you know if you're going to be playing ESO long term, it probably won't be long until the 2025 content pass is on ESO Plus anyway. Yeah, that's exactly right, RDS. Lancelot, no. Our raid train ended. But no, the Heart After Dark campaign goes on throughout. I think it lasts until just after Halloween. Astaround, thank you for that. Hey, Imposter Syndrome. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Crypt Keeper, on a good note, I've been enjoying my subclass, even though I had no intention to subclass before trying to get into trials. That's good. I think a lot of us had that experience where we thought, subclassing, this is a terrible idea. What are they thinking? Then we thought a little bit more about it. It was like, actually, it could work. It could work. And then we went on PTS and did our first trial, did our first run in Ossie and Cage. And it was like, okay, this actually works really well. I think a lot of people were surprised. That looked, I seem to remember being very skeptical, and two boss fights into the trial, they said, I think they've cooked this, like this is really good. Obviously that was like day one first impressions, but they completely subverted many of our expectations of, ooh, this is not going to be great. We went into this not feeling like this was going to be a particularly positive experience or direction for the game. And Schnacks was saying, watched a bit of Hyper in VCR Pug yesterday. Just such a funny fight. So many different ways to die. Yeah, that's true. I thought you were going to say it's hilarious how now they can do it in like 2 minutes. Or whatever. But yeah, there are so many little moving parts, right? So many things that can go wrong. It's a Swiss watch of a trial. I love it. And I do regret that it's become so easy. But, yeah, as you say, you can still fuck it up very, very easily. Get rid of some of this guff in my inventory. Fills up so fast, and the Witches' Festival hasn't even started yet. Oh, I got another one of these. Cool. I'll give that to Maya for use in a house somewhere. Me and sadly true. Yeah, Lancelot. Think you guys kept the donation link in here? Is it still going, or didn't it end this week? Yeah. Pugs rarely finish it. I kept avoiding it. Now I have all items, so I don't need to run it anymore. I see. A new Nam tab. Go to the Cold Harbor house in a siege camp. Oh, sorry. Got, not go to. Learn to read, can't. Got the Cold Harbor house in a siege camp boss chest today. It's kind of cool after more than a week of battle. I love it. Congrats. That is a good get. It's a cool house as well. It's one of the most blank canvas open areas in any house. Where is it? I already had it. I've never really used it for anything. A couple of videos here and there because it's very plain. And Crypt Keeper next. Going to get my DK up. He's only level 27. Nice. And yeah, Enhot, I did see that. You can do triple circle delve in Deshaan. Yeah, it's good to find an instanced location. I mean, I'm not really doing these for efficiency. We're just bimbling around. I've been just doing it with a group every day, and it takes no time at all. But yeah, like all of these furnishings you can remove. All of this stuff. So it's a real like blank slate type place. Very, very cool. So it's one of the most popular houses for just doing like a completely crazy build. Like, I'm gonna get the name wrong, so I'm not gonna try and guess who it is. But there is someone. I wanted to say it was Trask, but I think it's someone else. They did a Borg cube from Star Trek in here. So there's like a crashed Borg cube. And you can actually go on board and like go through all of the things. That was because of all the Necrom furnishings. You can imagine all of the green glowing furnishings we got with Necrom. Awesome. But yeah, shit like that is often built in Cold Harbor. I'm pretty sure that wasn't Trask, but the name escapes me. Right, well maybe it's time we get out of this bit and start Morrowind's story. What do you say, guys? Schnack's most important content this year are the dungeons, TBH. Yeah, maybe so. And Lancelot, yeah, I see. Kalzi also left a negative Steam review for unfulfilled promises. And I have, in my opinion, the lesson Zosh should take from player complaints with this event is to make the phases shorter. I don't personally mind, as I've lots of content to catch up on. I understand the frustration. An argument could be made to make the phases more interesting, but since that means something different depending on who you ask, it might be problematic. I like that they're making us revisit old places, but let's be honest, people want Eastern Solstice unlocked. I mean, do they? I think there just hasn't been that much interest in Solstice. I think they've had a bunch of awkward and unfortunate communication slip-ups this year. And they are not slip-ups that I would have seen coming. So I can't blame Zos for this, but some of them with hindsight I'm thinking, yeah, why did you do this? So let's see if we can go through them very quickly. A, there was no reveal in January. That shouldn't piss people off, but it really did. People were bummed. The letter from Matt Firor at the end of the previous year, it got some people irritated. And this is almost a year ago, but people were like, oh, you know, what have they got? Like, they're moving to a subscription seasonal model. This sounds awful. And they didn't tell us what it was. And when they did finally tell us what it was in April, they used the phrase season pass. Or no, sorry. They used the phrase content pass and seasons of the Worm Cult. People hear the word season and pass. Gamers, they hear those words together. Anywhere near one another, they freak the fuck out. I'm exaggerating, but... So that was step one. And from that... I think a load of people have just willfully misunderstood and even misrepresented what Solstice is, what Seasons of the Worm Cult 1 and 2 actually are. There are people who genuinely believe this. This is a complaint I've heard a lot. look at the size of Blackwood, look at the size of West Weald, look at the size of Somerset, and look at the size of this. This is shit content. Why are they making us pay $50 for it or whatever? Once you click on the map, you realize, once you go there, you realize it's enormous. But if they've just looked at it on the map and haven't looked any further, or they've read some crap in guild chat or zone chat about it being a rip-off, they'll just believe it because it looks small on the map. It actually isn't. It's huge. But and I'm not defending it. I'm just saying people have got the wrong idea, and season pass. A lot of people think it's temporary content. It's FOMO content. Whatever the hell that even means. Like when a band does a live concert in your town and they only do it for one day and you have to pay to go. Is that FOMO content? No, it's just a live event. So yeah, I think a lot of people they'll get hold of a buzzword that they like and they'll start repeating it. But point is, ZOS didn't do a great job of clarifying and communicating what the hell was coming this year. So they left people to fill in the blanks, and yeah, a lot of people love to rag on this game, or they're frustrated with it not doing what they want it to do or whatever. So a lot of the time those blanks get filled in with negative assessments, and yeah, ZOS didn't do enough to like correct or to clarify. And then with the Writhing Wall event itself, there's also the pricing. In my opinion, they should have just made it a bit cheaper, especially given that people were struggling to understand what this is. Just make it cheaper. And then there was Aussie and Cage. That's not a bad trial, it's just disappointing. So a lot of people who would have bought the content pass didn't, because they didn't pre-order, not knowing what the fuck this is. And then when they realized that they heard the trial from PTS, oh, it's not that great, I'm definitely not going to buy it now. The sets aren't that interesting. Okay, none of the sets are good. I'm definitely not going to buy it now. So then there's that, and then the hype for the Writhing Wall event, plus Update 46, subclassing. It was great, blah blah blah, but it wasn't finished. So Update 47 and 48, which start making faltering steps towards fixing it, leave players pissed off. I don't understand this. I genuinely don't. I've really tried. I was annoyed with Update 46. Update 47 and 48 not doing enough to fix it? Sure, that's irritating, but what the hell were they supposed to do? The devs backed themselves into this corner. It was not going to take them one patch to dig themselves out and to fix subclassing, not even two. I was disappointed too with Update 48 that it still didn't really contain any concrete progress on, or at least a description or an idea of the direction they might start to take, with balancing skill lines and so on, and spreading the love a little bit more, so more damage, more support across all skill lines, not rather than just these outliers like Assassination, Herald of the Tome, the ones which we all run. The fact that they didn't say anything about that was a huge mistake, in my opinion. They had this live stream, everyone tuned in, and they just talked about candy and cookies for 10 minutes. It was like, guys, read the room. So, yeah, for me, it's been all about communication. But this idea that Update 47 and 48 are hugely insulting to the players or the fans, I don't get it. Like, what were they supposed to do? They could... Update 46 was the problem for me. It had way too many holes that needed to be filled. They couldn't possibly do it in such a short space of time. So, and then we've got the event and people being... I don't know what their expectations were, but people didn't go on PTS. They didn't watch my videos about what was actually coming. So a lot of people weren't just objectively dismayed by the event being a little bit samey. Well, it's actually not that different to all the other overworld yearly events that we get. Well, that's a shame. People were actually expecting something way cooler because I guess they weren't up to speed. ZOS hadn't made it clear what was coming. And they'd hyped up this, once in a lifetime event in the game, and I don't know what people were expecting, but again, we got this problem where expectations suddenly came crashing down when they met with reality. And here we are. So I don't think I'm sugarcoating anything. I'm not trying to bail ZOS out of anything. What I'm describing is a litany of disappointing experiences throughout the year. But I think they could have been avoided with much more clear communication and player expectations being more realistically set. I don't know. You guys think I'm way off with that? The drops work. Yeah, they do. And I have not making the current phases shorter, mind you. Or in future events. Yeah, make it more interesting or make it quicker. Yeah. Anim Soju, thank you very much for the follow. Sangra saying, yeah, works for me. Can you get housing from drops? No. You can get... Oh, hang on. Not Twitch drops. Yeah, you can get this house that I just showed you guys. That can drop. It's a very, very rare drop. You can also buy it in-game. I think it's 1 million gold. You can't gift it with gold, but I already own it, so I can't see how much it costs, but I'm fairly sure that's 1 million gold. Seeing kind of the Cold Harbor House makes me think Zosh should add an island variant in Tamriel. Someplace less gloomy, perhaps. Yeah, maybe so. Shout louder, Maya. Need to Fusro Khan. Oh, Frosty Rocky, your wife got it? That's nice. Where does it drop from? I think several of the reward boxes. Not all of them. I think it's the siege and the supply ones, I want to say. Miona, I wonder why no one on the team was like, guys, I think this will get misinterpreted. Yeah. I think it must just be that we see things a certain way, and when the devs don't realize the way something looks to us, we scratch our heads and think, how? How are you guys not seeing this coming a mile away? But as developers, you must just have a very different view of things. The perspective must be different to the extent that they can't see this shit coming. But yeah, there have been some unfortunate things, in my opinion, which could easily have been, if not avoided, then at least alleviated by you know, that predictive perspective there. So, well, this is going to look a certain way. Like, don't use the word season. Or do it much more carefully. Then again, in the devs' defense, they could clarify till the cows come home, and there will still be players loudly declaring and spreading misinformation saying this is how it works when that's completely wrong. The people who are the most wrong also shout the loudest, in my opinion. So, or not in my opinion, in my experience. And Lena Vera was saying, I find it tricky to get my husband to reply to me if I shout because he knows it means he has to do a task. I think Maya's just messing around, though. I don't think she actually she didn't actually say anything. Did she? No. And Cyborg saying, yeah, for me, the greatest change this year was the introduction of furniture storage. Took them 8 years. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, that was a big deal. Almost forgotten they'd not done the January reveal. Really, yeah, it set the year off on a bad path. I think that's exactly it. And people have been ready to hate on stuff, so all the more reason for the devs to step it up. Like, I was talking with a little bit with Skinny Cheeks yesterday. He was on, again, I hadn't seen him streaming for a while. So I hopped in and said hello. And they were talking about exactly this. I think he was more of the opinion that the players, the general consensus is representative of the reality of the game. I'm not sure I agree completely, but he and I are very, very close on almost everything. In terms of how we interpret problems and benefits of certain things and what the devs do well and not so well. But yeah, it did make me think. And there are always people who are just ready to pounce on stuff and hate it. And I think I made the comment that, yeah, negativity can breed negativity, but ultimately it's the devs who are most in control of this. It is not us. It's not individual players talking shit. It's certainly not content creators. Yeah, content creators can shift. Like, if someone like Skinny Cheeks decided to make something up about the game, tens of thousands of people would probably immediately believe it because of the level of trust that he has. But there are also plenty of people who would point out that ain't right. So, yeah, I think the sort of the atmosphere of deflation and negativity that some people have experienced, not everyone. Look, we've had loads of people come into our streams and saying, why is everyone talking shit about the game? What's going on? I don't understand. And then we explain, and they're like, oh, I don't care about any of that. This is still my game. I don't see any of that as a problem. And that's fine. Some people do, some people don't. Yeah, Lancelot, subclassing is a bit of a mess. It's not as bad as we make it out to be. It really isn't. Like, we were talking the other day, and when I say we, I mean me. Because I constantly harp on about how I'd love to see it fixed. But ultimately, the problems that it has are not disastrous. They're really not. I'm bummed that I don't get to use Draconic Power. I don't get to use my Talons on a Mag DK anymore. I can use them, but my point is I wouldn't, because it's not worth it. Because this line is now dead, and they hadn't accounted for that. Same with Sorcerer, Dark Magic. There's no chance I'm going to use Crystal Fragments. I love that spam, it's really fun, really cool. It has a strong theme, satisfying to play. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to dip my feet into this skill line while it is the way it is. And these are things that get me a little bit antsy, because I spotted these on day one. There's no way Gilliam the Rogue didn't know that this stuff, on the combat team, there's no way they didn't know these issues were there. Maybe not all of them, because like I said, they approached the game as developers. The player experience is very different. The player perspective is very different. But I can only conclude that they just weren't given enough time. And we'll never know the answer. It's not like the combat team is going to turn around and say, yeah, you know what? The guys up in management didn't give us enough time to do a good job. There's no way would they say that. Even if on the off chance that is genuinely what they thought, we'll never hear that. So we'll never know. But at the end of the day, subclassing is working. And it's not like we all run the same shit. There are 4 or 5 different setups, all of which work fine. And the more chill your group are, the more chill your groups are and your raid leads are, the more flexibility you have, just like pre-subclassing, right? You don't even have to subclass in my groups if you don't want to. So it's not a disaster, but I think people just, content creators like me and just discords where people are talking, theory crafting, the quote-unquote issues that we all had with subclassing, they spread like wildfire. Everyone was talking about it, how they're going to balance this, and then we're watching for those things to see how they are going to be addressed in update 47, 48. I'm hoping the reason with the fact we didn't get them addressed is indicative of the fact that the devs are taking this seriously. So, okay, we really didn't release subclassing in a finished form. Let's take a step back, let's take some time, do it properly, sort it out. I hope that that's the reason. Oh, I see, Maya. You were talking about the Borg cube. I gotcha. What are you talking about? Totes. Like, gotcha. Anyway, that was a bit of a yappity yap. But, and it's just my perspective. You don't have to agree. You don't have to be convinced by anything I just said. I could be completely off base. I'm just trying to give my genuine, honest take on what's happening, and I'm trying to filter and incorporate all of the comments I've had from you guys and other folks on our Discord, here on Twitch, on YouTube, some people are fucking furious with the devs. They're really, they've got it in for them now. Others don't see what the problem is at all, and are perfectly happy with the content we got and the direction we had in 2025. Most of us are in the middle somewhere, but there is nowhere near unanimity on this. There's just been a trend this year towards by a lot of players. Do you guys think that's more pronounced among the more experienced trial running community that I'm part of? Or is it everywhere? Because I sometimes get the impression there's a bit more dissatisfaction amongst the raiding scene. Anyway, now I've yapped long enough. Let's catch up super quick. I'm just going to read through all your comments there. Yeah, Lance, salute. So yeah, that's one opinion. Only thing I'd wish never to be a thing is subclassing. Keep them as they were. A lot of people would agree. Many would also disagree. I don't think they need to revert subclassing at all. But I wish they had waited until it was done, you know? But yeah. And ESO Enhot, the new giant alligator furnishings are cool, but anything but the skull is impossible to get leads for. I see, yeah, the skeleton. Personally, I don't see much of a problem with it. It's not like I would have missed it if it had never been introduced. Yeah, same. But I'm not mad about it being here either. I'm with you. Yeah. And Lancelot, I'm way too used to being Templar. I tried it with 2 different skill lines, made my brain go on a roller coaster. I see. Well, maybe in time that'll change. But your position is valid. We don't need everyone to agree with us in order to know that we are right about something. You know, especially if it's a personal take. When should I make my first alt? Contemplating whether to make a Magnite Blade or not. Said myself, whenever you feel like it. Whenever you think it would be fun. Kazi, imagine buying a car and then the manufacturer telling you they'll implement the steering next year. Please be patient, have a little faith. That's how I feel ESO is operating. I mean, yeah, the analogy is flawed because steering is fundamental. And my point just now is that it's fine the way it works. It's getting us from A to B, but it's the luxury things which should be working but aren't necessarily essential. Those are the ones that we're being asked to wait for. So yeah, I'm with you. Just a slight punch up to that analogy. Doesn't matter to me if the devs do something wrong, or the management, or if it's a consequence of Microsoft acquisition. It isn't. Definitely isn't. They can't hide behind that. Releasing buggy or unfinished content that they promise us is what makes me mad about ZOS as a whole. I don't think they really grokked how unfinished subclassing was. I think only the combat team would have known. And this is total speculation, but I'm guessing it was just on a deadline. Hey guys, Solstice is coming, update 46. We want Seasons of the Wormcult Part 1 to arrive with subclassing. I think it's easy for them to forget how many players they have that are super passionate about the details, the nerdy details of the combat system. We're going to pick through this and get excited, annoyed, baffled. Yeah, I really think they threw the combat team a bit of a hospital pass with that one. But again, it's my assumption. I don't know. I don't have any special insight that you guys don't have. You know, the Khajiit Magnite Blade, of course, yeah. You're talking about the ball cube. Yes, Maya, gotcha. Lancelot, you gotta yell. Sorry for the maybe stupid question. No such thing, Vavel. Is there a way to buy Solstice? Is it only the Season Pass? Yes, it is only the Season Pass. Content Pass, I should say. Oren Cake, I'm gonna ask the real question though. Will the writhing wall backdrop disappear from the Bismuth bath home? It will. Yeah. I think we had confirmation on this. And Alataro, hey Cake! Lena Elvira, I love this home. It's like my weird happy place. Awesome. Marvel, hope you didn't answer my question yet because of the long commercial break. No, just got to it. So serene. Good old Erie. Hey, hey, hey. And ESO Enhot, they should add sub-racing to really blow up the community. Yeah, you get 2 of your characters to have a baby. All right, Lancelot, take it easy. Good, happy shopping. And good old area. The more sweaty Discord guilds are definitely the more unhappy ones yet. I think so too. It's not nerdy to read a skill description. Imposter syndrome. Is it nerdy or is it... Oh, good question. Well, it's not a question. It's a statement. That's a good prompt. I think a lot of people would disagree with you. I think I'm with you. I think that's fine. But I think you know what I mean. The extent to which we are enthusiastic, we are passionate. We want the game to succeed. We want the game to be as fun, varied, dynamic, effective, entertaining as possible. We just want the most entertaining game available. That's what Zos should want as well. But yeah, they've tried to do a lot of different things this year. They lost a huge... there was a huge kick in the pants halfway through the year when no one working on ESO as such, but everyone who was working on the second MMO suddenly got fired in this completely bullshit move. Launch a new server that can only be played in first person suddenly. I love it. Alatariel, just nerf the Arcanist and subclassing is fine. I'm better tank and healer now. See, I don't think... I think you're kidding, obviously, but... The Arcanist is not the issue. The problem, I think, is not... Like I said, I don't think the problem people have with subclassing is that it doesn't work, or that the meta is too narrow, or that the meta is boring. I think all of those things are... Well, subclassing does work for a start, so that's not a valid complaint at all. It works fine. We've been given way too much power, if anything, so they've just made everything so much easier. The reason people aren't celebrating that is because we do like to dive into the details, and we've noticed stuff like, well, hang on. What about talents? Like, either Zos haven't thought of it, which is worrying, or they did think of it, and they just released subclassing anyway, which is also worrying, or which is kind of annoying to a lot of people. I think that's the issue. It's not that there's a genuine problem of functionality with the system as it is right now, or that it's some huge betrayal by the devs. It's just that there's this nagging question. Well, why didn't you? Why didn't you do it properly? And I think that's a question which makes a lot of people uncomfortable. Players who have spent a lot of time and can see themselves investing a lot more time in the game going forward. Did someone just spawn in dead? When does that happen? I held, yeah. Let me change my Nord back into Imperial and still keep the racial skills. But no, I don't think that'll go over well. Athena, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. And Vavelt, no problem at all. Yeah, not knowing to read a skill description. I love that statement. Lily Dryad. OMG, half Khajiit, half Argonian. Oh no. Schnack's a lack of clarity and direction and unfinished systems affect players who try to min-max things the most. Of course, they are the most critical. Yeah, and it affects the way that they view the devs and the game. And Skinny Cheeks brought up the issue of trust or faith in the devs. These are interesting words, fuzzy, but they're very charged, right? Like if you lose faith in your partner, or in the company that you work for, or in your friends, or in yourself. You know, these are like big, heavy things to say. I've lost faith in X. And that's the kind of language we're hearing. It's because the questions invited by a lot of the things that have happened this year don't have satisfactory answers, I guess. Does that make sense? Anyway. Zim, shiny button do shiny things. Hey, welcome on in. And Resonator Elite. Thank you very much for the follow. Everybody give it up for Zim. He's going to be back to streaming well, is it early next year, Zim? It's happening. It's happening. We're all going to be there for you. And Incognito, is there still plenty of content in this game? Oh my god, so much. So much. We are just debating a bit of a funk that the devs and some of the, like, veteran players have got themselves into regarding a big update that they released this year, Incognito, which is subclassing. Don't know if you're aware of this, but of course, if you've played before, this is a Necromancer. So before, I could only play these 3 skill lines. Now, as long as I keep one of these, I can grab any of these other skill lines I want. And it's a really cool, interesting, crazy, wild swing that the devs have taken. It was implemented from a mechanical point of view, from like a functionality standpoint. It was implemented very well, remarkably well. It just worked with a couple of little bugs here and there. But players feel like it's unfinished, because it is. It's not quite done. You know, there's some issues with it, and there hasn't been much clarity as to why that is. Is it just that they didn't have time? They wanted it to be ready for update 46? I think the legal team would probably say, "Don't say it, don't say it." But I think one of those rambunctious game studio CEOs on Twitter that we, can be a delight but can also be a real pain to listen to. I think if Zos had one of those, we might well have got a sort of a candid behind the scenes, explanation as to why it is the way it is. But we just heard nothing, except during the live stream for the latest upcoming patch, update 48. They said, yeah, we know you wanted more combat changes, more quality of life stuff. We're working on big things for 2026. Please be patient. That's all we got. And in fairness to Gina Bruno, if she hadn't taken a quick aside, a quick ad-lib to say, oh, BT dubs, this is happening, they wouldn't have mentioned it at all. Like, for me, that is like the first thing they say on that stream. But they sneaked it in right at the end. Subtlety is saying, give me a season. I'm thinking of, you're putting that song by, is it Glory Box by Portishead? Give me a season. Where the story is an investigative treasure hunt that leads to finding a surviving alien city beneath the Imperial City sewers, only to have them all die from a virus at the end. Oh, you just spoiled it for us now, Subtlety. We can't do that. And Resonator, are you doing PvE or PvP? I'm doing pretty. PvE or PvP also. Do a bit of both, mostly PvE here. Right now we were going to do some story. Because during September, I promised to do all the stories, and we jumped around quite a bit, but one thing that we were going to do next was... Where is it? Man, there are so many. This one. Do I have a letter or something? And Zim, hello! Zim the Bard is an awesome streamer you should go and check out and follow, absolutely. Yeah, Incognito likes the sound of it, yeah. So subclassing, it's added a whole other dimension. You can now do... Basically, you can do everything with just one character. You never have to relog ever again. Unless you get into a very specific prog where you are asked to run something very, very specific. Cryptkeeper on here makes pure class useless. Well, that is the price that you pay with a system like this. And most people, to their own surprise, I think, have discovered that they're okay with that. That I'm okay with my Dragon Knight tank or my Dragon Knight DPS being a little bit underperformant if it's a pure Dragon Knight. But again, if they're doing the things which I've been talking about, if they're working on that for next year, a lot of that will be alleviated, and pure classes will not be behind the way that they are right now. So again, Zim the Bard, hopefully next year, hoping for around February. Exciting. But it might be delayed more whenever I move out to my own place and get everything set up. Yeah, man. Excited for it. Excited for you. It's going to be fun. And Alatara, I'm not joking. All high DPS builds at the moment use Herald of the Tome. Not true. With a few exceptions. Okay, I gotcha. Huge AoE and DPS in combination with other skill lines is just too good. Yeah, so when you say nerf, I picture like a big nerf. But if you just mean tweak, tune down, oh there, then I'm right there with you. Then we're simpatico there. Nothing in class sets or scribing that is good. Yeah, that's another area, Alatara. I completely agree. Yeah, really been debating on what a new game, Crypt Keeper. Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're not the only one. You're obviously not the only one. I had loads of YouTube comments when we were making our series of subclassing videos. Like, you know, what is it? How's it going to work? When's it arriving? How to do it? All of this stuff. Every single one of those videos had a bunch of comments underneath saying, fuck this, I'm leaving. Whether those people actually followed through, or they're just, you know, chatting shit on YouTube as you do, I couldn't say, but there were quite a few of them. And my YouTube is not a channel, our YouTube is not a channel which gets a huge amount of negative guff on there. We don't get a lot of trolling, because you guys are so lovely. People are generally sound and interested. Critical, sure. Suddenly saying, no, wait, Zosh should give us blank books in-game to write our own fanfics, then fill our game libraries. Home libraries that allow us to trade those books like they're original works. Hey Gloomvex, how's it going? And Madara Uchiha. Wow, what a name. Madara Uchiha? Hope I'm saying that somewhat correctly. Welcome on and thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Gloomvex, oh here we go. This is going to soften me up, isn't it, Gloomvex? I love how you and Maya are open and honest with your criticisms of the game, but still acknowledge positives and stay positive overall. I'm trying. It's definitely not perfect, is it? Like, but I'm trying to see both sides in a way which is fair, but not just boring and irritating, right? The people who both sides everything can be a little bit tedious. But yeah, it's my take ultimately, and I try to incorporate what you guys are saying and have faith in the criticisms that other people have. Like, when I see Skinny Cheeks feeling much more negative about the game than I do, I don't assume he's wrong or he must have missed something. Especially because he's a guy whose opinion I know is bloody well worth listening to. And has been for so long. And, like, we're literally, you know, I consider him a friend, because now that we've actually met in person. And, you know, anyone who... I guess I wanna bring that level of respect to everyone's opinion. Humans aren't like that. We inherently feel more about people that we know. It's just how we're wired. But I try to do that, if that makes sense. But anyway, Gloomvex is saying a lot of folks only focus on the negatives. Maybe I'm just not jaded enough. The game says haven't been around since the beginning. Maybe that. Maybe it's because I have so much more that I do besides the raiding. I love just hanging out with you guys in my Discord, in our Discord. Just hanging out with somebody like Pluvio for 20 minutes or 2, 4, 5 hours after a raid. There are loads of people like that, and they got Papa Jester, who will regularly just sit and chat and shoot the shit after we're done with raiding. It's got nothing to... Half of us have logged out of ESO at that point. We're just hanging out. So, but this game is the crux around which all of that happens. It's the center of gravity, you know, that this community orbits. So maybe when things that are shitty or disappointing occur in-game or in trials or in the combat system, even though I'm heavily focused on that side of the game, there are other bolt holes for me to go and get my chill. I don't know if that's what I'm experiencing, but I know that 8 Puppies, Skinny Cheeks, these are guys who I generally agree with on everything. Like, literally, I would struggle to find anything but they've just had a much more negative take, or they've been much more frustrated. Whereas I'm just sort of wrinkling my nose and saying, well, I hope 2026 is better. But yeah, we'll do our best. Gloomvex, and thank you for the kind words. Resonator Elite was saying, I haven't played ESO in about 1.5 years, was part of a group that was the top 20 in NA PvP for about 5 years. Nice, but I took a break. Now I've tried getting back into it. I feel like a new player. And you're nearly 3,000 CP. Well, subclassing will do that to you. Scribing will do that to you. You miss both of those things. And suddenly he's saying these people are bored. Maybe. Yeah, if you're bored with the game, and that's like an emotional truth, are you then gonna seek to justify it with commentary that explains that? I don't know. I probably would. Who the hell knows? Incognito, you saying I should re-download? Yeah, I mean, why the hell not? If you own the game, you don't have to pay anything to start playing again. Just be aware of certain shortcomings with subclassing right now and some uncertain vibes that you might run into. If you are going to join discords that are fairly sort of raid-oriented or organized PvP-oriented, I think it's the people who do high-pressure content are the most annoyed or the most frustrated by a lack of clarity and a lack of direction. The direction may be there, but we just haven't been shown it. You know what I mean? I guess that's... They want to be able to see down the road, and they want to be part of a game that is... They want to be part of something that's going somewhere. And the fact that we don't see where it's going can be very... It's uncomfortable and unwelcome. Verzok, I'll do a little lurking while doing dailies. Thanks, man. Thank you. Feel the same. Imposter Syndrome, another sad tale of subclassing. Sad side, sorry. Now I have like 8 characters that do nothing, only crafting dailies. I know. I think that's the thing I hate about it the most. For me. But I'm aware that that's my issue. I've got 20 characters. And I struggled to represent them all and play them all patch by patch. And there were definitely some which would just not get played much at all. Except maybe for random normals or event stuff from one patch to another, but I would get through them all fairly regularly. I am going to really struggle to do that now with subclassing. I'm going to try, though. Going to try it. And Stuffy B, thanks for that. Player base has dropped by a lot. Recruiting for a guild is much harder than a year ago. Yeah, I want to see the figures for this. Because the numbers always are going up and down. I haven't actually looked at the figures, but I know some people left from subclassing. I don't know any who've left because of update 47 and 48. But yeah, with a trial that people aren't that jazzed about, and with a power loss going from update 46 to 47, a lot of the score push community has definitely gone quieter. And Solara, welcome on in. I was willing to hang out in there and suspend frustrations with our subclassing has been launched. Handled, sorry. But it's the absolute drag of the actual activities of this wall event, combined with this horribly buggy, unrewarding implementation of it, that's put me over an edge. Yeah. I can see that. That's why, I don't know if you were here when I did my 5-minute yap about 15 minutes ago while I was standing in Skingrad, but that's what I was trying to say. There's been like a build-up over the year, and different people break at different points, but even if the year, if you look at it objectively, like if you worked for Zos and you were trying to make a pitch as to how great a year you've had, you could say some pretty convincing things that have gone really well. A lot of firsts for the game and yada, yada, yada. But from the player perspective, it has been a little bit exhausting that we've had to... It's a game you want to believe in. You want to be part of it as it goes somewhere, like we said. But I can see, Solara, I'm with you. Play New World just as much now as ESO. What would it take for you to ditch... Do you think? I know that's a difficult question to answer. What would it take for you to ditch all the other games and just come back to here? I think a new, really cool trial would help a lot. I prefer dungeons, personally, but they don't jazz up the community the way trials do. They just don't. You play with your 3 friends and that's it. Whereas a trial is a thing an entire guild, an entire Discord can sort of rally behind and get excited about. We can teach each other. People on other Discords will take what they learn here at Ninja Ball's teaching runs and take them there. And I feel like we missed all of that this year. There was so much around Lucent Citadel. Aussie and Cage, nobody wanted to go. I think we did 5 or 6 teaching runs in there. That was it. It's nothing. I used to do 5 or 6 every day when a new trial came out. So the subscription model, or the seasonal model, and then the slightly disappointing trial, I just think a lot of people just didn't want to play it or didn't want to buy it. I have friends who they would say, "Oh, I'll wait for payday or wait a couple of months then," but they still don't have it because they don't feel they need to. No one's asking to run Rc and Cage, and they're not in any groups which are planning to go there. So definitely doesn't help. So yeah, I think a trial is a big help. An event like this, which is actually living up to the hype, would help enormously, wouldn't it? And my own, probably the fact that you only need 1 or 2 DDs now. So there's about 2 combinations only that pugs prefer. Imposter, I don't need the characters anymore. Thanks for the follow, Incognito. Appreciate it. Imposter Syndrome. Sorry, I don't need the characters anymore. 5 to 6 completely cover all my needs in PvE and PvP. Yep. Madara Uchiha is from the anime Naruto. Gotcha. Alataro, the game is still a lot of fun. Still have mechs to learn, achievements to get. I also love tanking, where the subclassing doesn't affect me by a lot, because everything's dying so quick. And Incognito, I've been thinking about playing ESO or WoW again. I don't really want to play WoW, I don't think. I was never able to get into WoW. I love the design. I really admire a lot about it. The endgame systems are apparently still the best in the biz. But, yeah, storytelling and combat are they're too dear to me. And WoW does not even try to do those things very well. And I didn't even mean that as a criticism. I mean they don't even try. Those things are not a priority for Blizzard. And you could argue that they shouldn't be either. But I do love those things, and it was a delight to me to find that ESO had them. Suddenly, I've still yet to do a try. That's crazy. There's a lot of game left to play. Yeah, cool. Let's do it. Let's play the classic Pitfall competitively. I had saying, yeah, nothing new that certain setups are better than others. I think the current meta might be a little bit more... It might be a little more interesting than when Arcanist was just top dog. But not much. I still think it's a pretty stale meta. We've been there for a while now. I don't love it.
There's an urgent task for you.
Yeah, you can still have fun with alt characters, but it does feel... It's like people who say, oh, I want my pure class to be competitive. There's no manual that says... There's no manual of game design which stipulates pure classes must remain viable if you implement subclassing. Nowhere does it say that. But people sort of feel it. And, yeah, I kind of want my characters to have a purpose. That they did when I made them, and now that's gone. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You can still play around and have fun. And I do that with as many of them as I can, although I do find myself going for biting jabs and puncturing sweep quite a lot. Okay, here we go. Schnacks. There are 2 main issues with Herald of the Tome, in my opinion. The one is the universal strength of Fate cover. You don't have to give up single target damage for the strongest cleave and get survivability. Not to mention sustain, range, or the rest of it. The other is that when you run it, the Crux system forces you to always use multiple abilities from it, not leaving much room for variation. Yeah, which isn't a problem until you introduce subclassing, is it? That's a good point. And me and True, and my poor Templar... Now my poor Templar, I don't see the reason to recreate the same build and waste crystals. Overland is too easy for builds now. I mean, Overland has been too easy for 7 or 8 years. For many people. There's been a real argument for more difficult overworld for a long time. I love that we're finally getting it. I think that is potentially quite interesting. And Resonator, the PvP culture like, is it worth me trying? Yes, there is one. If you play on PCNA or PCEU, I know it's a group of friends, so I'd have to check. But it's a really cool community, and I'd say, yeah, if you can get into the communal side of PvP, you'll have a great time. Yeah, suddenly someone told me just not to use meta builds in Overland. Felt like a backwards answer. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Incognito, I bet my Stamina Templar build is so outdated now, but from what you're saying, it sounds like I won't have to worry about it. Maybe not. Certainly not an overworld.
You served me before.
Yeah, Malcolm on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, there are lots of good creators. I hang out in some of the PvP streams as well. Bislobo, Pain in the Axe, Okui, Sainira, Kamul. These are all friends of ours, and they're great content creators, and they won't talk shit when it comes to recommending PvP setups. And you can get into communities that way. A lot of those I just mentioned are NA, Kamul, and Decimus. Jesus, how could I forget? Decimus should be, in many ways, top of the list. Great builds, great theory crafting. Decimus, Kamul, and Bislobo are PCEU. Not that it really matters, but if you want to like play with those guys or or get into those communities via their channels. And Okui, Sainira, Pain in the Axe, these are on the NA side. And with apologies to anyone that I forgot. Malcolm, obviously. There's a guy called Gnozo as well. Gnozo. His YouTube videos are always worth checking out. He doesn't do a ton of them, but some of them are memes, but a lot of them are builds, and they're very good. Imposter Syndrome, after 11k hours in ESO, you don't really need to experiment to know what to play. I guess that's true. Yeah, I run with plenty of pure class players, see very little wrong with their numbers. A lot of the time I find subclasses to be nice, but it's by no means a substitute for playstyle. Yeah, it is not necessary. It is absolutely not necessary. We have pure class players show up all the time in teaching runs. And unless they do a terrible job, then we won't really say anything about it. And if they do a terrible job, it's not because of the build. It'll be because they just are missing a couple of things, or they're not that used to trials yet, or whatever. I don't think there's anyone standing over you and saying, no, you must do it this way or you can fuck off. That just doesn't really happen. It's a story that we like to tell ourselves about MMOs and live service games, but unless you yourself are putting yourself under pressure to keep up, then there is no mandate to play this or that way. And Kaz is saying, I didn't see myself getting into so much adjustments to these panels. I love that you're still giving us updates as you go. And Mion really depends on the content you're doing. Pure class isn't favorable anymore in hard content because it's not as strong. Yeah, and there's a legitimate argument from the raid lead or the group as a whole saying, well, why are you making it harder for us to clear? Why not, please, why not just subclass? Why not just add 20% damage to your setup? And we are so much more likely to clear than wipe. Because we can make that execute race, or we can skip that mechanic, or whatever. So yeah, there are pressures that emerge when groups get organized, for sure. But then that's different. And nobody should join an organized group with the attitude of, well, this is my build and I'm sticking to it. Doesn't matter how good the build is at the time that you make that decision, it will eventually change, and then you're screwed. You'll eventually have to adapt. And hey, Vessen's costumes. Hello, sorry I'm late getting to you. Chat has got a lot to say and I'm loving it. I don't want to ignore anyone here. But hey, everyone, if you didn't see Vessen's the other day in her Manimarco cosplay, well, it was mostly makeup, wasn't it? But you glued that circlet to your head and everything. She looked amazing. Beautiful and also scary. And so she was streaming on the Writhing Raid Train just a few days ago. Wow, it feels like ages ago. So if you didn't follow her then, do it now. Let me do another shout out. There we go. And sorry, Resonator, started the game playing PvE only and did all the trials as a main tank, did everything trial related. Master Crafters, top of the economic market. Yep, That's where I got bored. I'm on PS. Switching to PC means I got to start anew with zero. I see. I see what you're getting at. Yeah, Crypt Keeper power creep is a big thing. And Resonator used to prog groups weekly for years. Yeah, same. Said most are always pugging. Yeah, you don't have to change that. But it is difficult to go back to pugging once you've done proper organized prog groups, I feel like. Anataro, you run it a lot? Yossi and Cage? Yeah, I don't hate the trial, but seriously, almost zero requests for it in Ninja Pulls. When Sanity's Edge came out, I did 9 teaching trials in one day. At one point, no, that's bullshit. Must have been 6. 9, that would be 18 hours. That's not right. I did 6 back to back when Sanity's Edge came out. Lucent, I definitely did 3 or 4 in one day, several times. It was just every day there were people who wanted to run it. Ossie and Cage, none of that. Literally none of that. We set up a few runs when it was new on PTS and then when it launched, and that was it. Nobody's really asked for it since. Even now they buffed one of the sets. Caspian's is actually quite good now. It's worth having. Zim was just saying, I just want to see this game succeed. Don't like seeing the downward trend. I love the game, love so many people. I have so many people I know in the game. Just want things to go well. I want to see the game in another 10 years or 20. But I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. We're just going through a phase of moaning and groaning, and justified moaning and groaning. But it's because it's hard to sort of pin down. It's not like if you were a journalist writing about why ESO's players are unhappy, you'd have a really tough time articulating what it is. It'd be several paragraphs before your readers would start to get a grip on what had happened and why players are pissy. You know, it's not one of these things where players are furious with Blizzard for taking away combat add-ons. Done. One sentence. I don't think you can really sum it up that quickly. It's a cumulative effect of lots of little things and some bigger things. And none of which have been disastrous. Like, none. Like, when people say this is the worst event the game has ever seen, I'm like, what the hell are you smoking? It's so much better than any event we've had before. Is it anywhere near as good as it should be? No, in my opinion. But that doesn't, like, there's a big gap between that reality and the one where this is the worst thing any studio has ever done ever. Do you know what I mean? It's our tendency to deal in absolutes, which doesn't make the narrative very easy to understand or to articulate. But I agree, yeah. We want a game to succeed. The devs should want the same thing. Resonator, if you're willing to give me an invite to your guild, of course. Yeah, of course. If you're PCEU or NA, we don't play as much on NA, but yeah. Of course, you can join the Discord anytime. And there's a difference between something being non-desirable or downright useless. Yeah, again, shades of grey. A lot of content hasn't necessarily gotten harder just because subclassing was introduced. Maybe weaker in comparison. But there's nothing wrong with the original pure class unless we're talking score pushing. Don't think there's an actual issue unless we want to make it one. The gap is pretty big, and people don't like that. People don't like being that far behind. Waiting for beam nerf, yeah. Thank you, Falan, for the follow. They're working on crossplay. Subtlety. Let's not go there again. Hopefully they will find a way to make aspects of it work. And Solara, again, saying, I love ESO, it's my true gaming desire. That said, to answer you, what would help would be a new trial. Yes, would be new questing, content zones. There's ways they can freshen up old patterns of these things. They make it less formulaic. Agree with that. Oh, I love this comment. Solaria, knocking it out of the park here. Something way more interesting with racial specialties. Hello, can we do something with red guards? Again, agreed. High five. Less formulaic IA. Maybe an extraction function. Oh. And basically all of the gear and combat changes Skinny has outlined endlessly, just to name a few. Yeah, Skinny's take on the gear and stuff like that is they wouldn't need to do that exactly. But yeah, and I don't even think that's necessary. But yeah, a refresh of gear and a way to make things interesting again. Yeah. Oh yeah, Overland difficulty changes, etc. Agreed. Sorry so long, but I love ESO. Also, a lot of friends play less, also because of the discouragement. So people follow their friends to other games. Zosh should definitely be concerned about that pattern. Lowest Steam number since 2017. Yeah. And it is really hard to articulate. Like, why are people leaving when there isn't anything fundamentally disastrously wrong? Because that's not enough. We need to have a sort of a direction, a future, an excitement. And we just know nothing about 2026. We don't even know. And this is the thing. While it's very exciting to have a new content schedule and formats, not knowing what it is also a huge bummer. It could be a negative. When there's uncertainty, gaps in our knowledge, we will fill those with speculation, which could be very bad. They could have absolutely banging stuff coming in 2026, and people will come back, or would be happy to wait for it, but we have no idea, because they have not told us. Obviously, they can't tell us what content or anything like that, but yeah, the road ahead, man. Not very well lit. Makes you just want to turn the truck around. Not me. I'm good, but yeah, I think I understand. And it helps, by the way, guys, to talk with you guys about it. I think I understand better how we can have this conversation. Anyway, Myun was saying, I don't mean that content is harder, but as you said, it's weaker. I personally don't want to join a trial with a weak build. Yeah, in Pugs, I highly doubt people would say anything, but I don't go there to do poopy damage compared to everyone else. Exactly. All characters I use, I just do writs on them and sometimes do quests for scripts. Solara, New World popping off in numbers again, while ESO being left semi-languishing, numbers dropping. My, how things change with attention or lack thereof. Yeah, New World, that is shocking. To let an Amazon game, Amazon who genuinely do not care. Like, there's no way New World is being nourished by its ultimate owners. Whereas the ESO franchise, there's definitely an ownership structure which believes in it. So for them to be compared unfavorably to New World after the disaster that game was initially is shameful. And that sucks. But I wonder if it's a pull factor or a push factor. You know? If it's people walking away from ESO or if it's people being pulled in by New World. I think a lot of people went to Guild Wars as well, but not because Guild Wars was necessarily attracting them. It's just like, well, what are the alternatives here? I'm not going to do this one. And I just think many people, not necessarily you, are overly negative when it comes to subclassing. And it gets to become somewhat of a hassle. Play the game you like, and if the current format doesn't suit you, there are dozens of other games to play. Don't get me wrong. Personally, I would never go with a weaker build, just like you, but I don't consider that necessarily a problem. Always going to be a meta, and to paraphrase Khan, I think the main issue is that the meta has gone stale. And it's too highly favoured towards Arcanists. The best solution would be to make the damage more comparable, which I don't think is an issue of subclassing as such. Yeah, I think I'm broadly in agreement with that. And Crypt Keeper, if you want to be able to get into some groups when you're able to play, it is a reality. I couldn't get in many trials if I didn't subclass. Screw how you like to play, do all this hard work, you get to your tune is irrelevant, and screw you. I don't get that. Who the fuck are you talking to? These people are idiots. Unless they're really like accomplished groups with big ambitions, I don't understand why they would have that attitude. A good player playing as a pure necromancer is going to be 10 times more valuable to me than some average doofus playing a subclassed character. Like, subclass does not mean good, or effective, or efficient. So if you're really running into people like that, that is wild. Crypt Keeper, yeah. And ESO, Enhot, Taxinians will be forced to play, again, in sweaty stuff. But that's normal. That was the case before subclassing. Subclassing hasn't changed any of that. And trust me, in ninja pools, I will ask people why they haven't subclassed. You know, you could increase your DPS enormously without really changing your rotation by just doing da. Why? Why aren't you doing that? You know, you and your group become more effective with a snap of the fingers. So that's a valid question, but I won't. If they can give me a good answer, if they just give me an attitude, well then screw them. They'll be bottom of the lists to enter prog groups or teaching trials or whatever. Well, teaching trials is first come, first served, but you know what I mean. I never keep someone out arbitrarily because, you haven't bothered to subclass? You know, we've had people in already who just haven't got around to it yet. I don't care how long it takes them. They're not going to be part of my Planesbreaker group or whatever, you know, but they probably wouldn't apply either. And, yeah, always been the case. Oh, you think Zos is saying that? I got you. Crypt Keeper, yeah, I got you. Anyway, gotta go grocery shopping. See you later, Ahelt. And Mion saying, I wish subclassing wasn't a thing at all. Yeah, like I said, you're not alone. Because I very much loved class identity. I do feel pressure to subclass just to perform better. That's okay. Yes, he is a good PvPer. He absolutely is. But he is a concentration of toxicity and continues to spread that behavior among his viewers. That's not healthy. Oh, I've never observed that, and I've hung out in his streams quite a bit. PvP can get like that. I don't know if that's the thing that he's inviting. But I would just... I'm going to go out on a limb and just make an assumption. This could be way off base. But when you get the impression that someone in the PvP space is being nasty or toxic, you might want to consider who they're doing it to. Because there are... I can think of 2-3 names just off the top of my head, and I don't even PvP that much or interact with any of these people, but I know there are some famously awful people who do nothing but troll, especially if you're a content creator or a streamer. So if you hear smack being talked in chat, and the streamer not really doing very much to tamp that down and silence it, it could be because a lot of people there get harassed or abused, hate whispered, or just zerged, or whatever, by particular people. And if you're an insider coming into that conversation, you're like, whoa, these guys are fucking assholes, and maybe I'm not going to hang out here so much. But yeah, you know what you're talking about, imposter, so I'm not going to... Let's not get into that. But just as a thought. And Vestons, yeah, I love the discussion here at the moment. Unfortunately, I have to mostly in lurk mode. Not a problem at all. And Crypt, you change to try to catch up, then a new change comes, and yeah. Yeah, that's the patch roller coaster we're talking about. Alatara said, I'm in 2 trial groups that only care about teaching and mechs, don't care about your skills or equipment. Well, there we go. Proves my point. It's not just us. And Mion, we were running Aussie and Cage with my prog group, but the raid lead didn't want to run it anymore. We ran enough to have Caspians affordable to craft. Stuffy B, I love all these little emotes along the way. And Nhot, OC might have double normal drops now. Did a run of people thought it was extra loot? I don't know. I don't think they said anything about double drops. But people are getting style pages. They've started dropping. Yeah, the motifs. Zoom the Bard agrees. I like it. Crypt Keeper, and they keep adding changes. How do you catch up and not be behind? Getting more angry about the game today. Oh, well, you know, look. Crypt Keeper, I'm very, very busy with stuff other than keeping my builds up to date. Might surprise you, given how much time I'm spending in the game, but I managed to find a way. And it doesn't help that a lot of resources, such as mine, Skinny Cheeks, 8 Puppies, all 3 of us have put out far less content in terms of builds, guides, tips, since subclassing came out, because it really pulled the rug out from under us. It really did. That's not a thing that should bother Zos at all. It's not a factor in their making plans. But boy, that's another thing that sucks, because if you're a creator, if you're a content creator, you're then left at the point where you know that you need to update everything, but you also know that everything's going to change. I can see how unfinished subclassing is. Why would I put out 14 new DPS guides when I know in a few weeks they're going to go down the toilet? That's been my problem for months now. So in many ways, I should be much more angry about it than I am, but I'm just kind of getting on with it and trying not to be too much up in my head about it. But yeah, there are issues with it for sure, with patch fatigue. Lily Dryad. People who say the game isn't good but refuse to do the game surveys the Zos Bethesda regularly give out on the website are really getting on my nerves. That last survey was a little bit misjudged and a little bit long-winded, but yeah, I agree. Also, I think at the end of the day, maybe an attitude to have towards this stuff is, look, we want the game to be good. We should put a certain amount of energy into reporting our feedback, discussing our complaints, putting forward our opinion, making our case. You know, you've got to make the case. If you don't, if you just state something, I hate this, this sucks, that's not making a case, that's just making a noise. And also, a lot of this democratic energy that we're exercising here, if we find ourselves getting very angry, or very exercised, or very agitated, frustrated, maybe we need to channel that into something a little bit more socially and economically responsible, you know, like actual politics. We're not going to talk about that right now, fuck that shit, but, you know, when I find myself, maybe that's another tool I have in my back pocket that keeps me from getting too angry about this stuff, is I just know at the end of the day it's a video game and I have way bigger fish to fry in terms of my mental energy, voicing my concerns, things to discuss with my friends, things to nerd out about even. So it just, if this is top of the list, then maybe that's an alarm bell. Or if we find that we're spending too much energy, and I'm saying this as the guy, we've now talked for like 45 minutes about this, so I've got no leg to stand on, but yeah. I know what you mean, Lily Dryad. Put your money where your mouth is, kind of thing. Crypt Keeper, yeah, after doing some, and feel like you've wasted your time because it didn't help. It does help, though. This data does not go in the bin. I swear to you. I know it can be difficult to believe, but think how many... They pay several salaries for people whose job it is to trawl the forums, gather feedback, go through the feedback, and relay it to the appropriate people, interpret the feedback. Why would they pay all those salaries if they had no intention of doing it? It's a very difficult thing to do, to distill the opinion of the players down to one thing. It's damn near impossible. Especially in this game. We contradict each other all the fucking time. All the time. A group of players will say one thing on the forums, and then immediately 10 people will post, "Oh, you're so wrong. This is how it needs to be." And the devs are there in the middle go, "What the fuck? Well, what can I do with this?" Rich Lambert has been crying about this for years, that whenever the Zos does anything, you'll get a bunch of people saying, "Oh no, you really messed it up. You should have done it this. This is really bad." And then he'll also get an equal number of people saying, "Oh, I love this. This is great." And he really doesn't know what to do about it. Those are his words, not mine. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah, Gloomvex, you nailed it. Our tendency to deal in absolutes is a big part of the problem. All walks of life. Yeah. Thanks. Guns N' Raiders, this event for me has been great. So far, it's been amazing seeing an ongoing development on story, lore, and the event. Getting to see vast numbers lagging the game screams active to me. Am I underwhelmed by what the event details so far? Yeah, to a degree, only due to the repetition of quests, not variety per se. There are several things that can be criticized. Yeah, the concept itself, Tevi nailed this the other day, when she said, yeah, you can criticize its implementation all day long, but the concept of these events is pretty cool, and that's clearly a thing they're going to run with. Let's just hope they learned as much as possible from this first iteration. It's by no means done yet. Crypt Keeper saying, yeah, Guild Wars 2 is a good game, good community like here. I think it seems to be a very easy transition, right, for people to make, and that's another good thing. Good competition, healthy competition from other games. It can only make this one better. People are already at the witch's door. Oh, it's launched. It's 1 minute past. Let's go. I love all the little decorative changes they made. That's big fun. It's here, isn't it? I'm just gonna ride from that one. I'm subclass and I'm crap. Group, you don't want a subclass. I wanted to learn and become good with the character I was playing before. Yeah, I understand that. Cruel Corellania. Okay, I've been waiting to see this one. What do you guys think? This is literally the perfect character to show off these weapons, right? It's not that cool. And these are undyed. Like, if you dyed them... The shield... Borderline. I'd love it to be a little bit bigger, but it's not one of those disappointingly tiny shields. No, I like it. I'm not sure I'll buy it. Especially since I'm out of crowns. I'd need to buy it with gold. Yeah, that's pretty fun. What else have we got? Negligee of the Coven Shrike. This is the worst character to show this off. Yeah, just to catch up with chat very quickly. We were nearly there. Zos saying that as it does make some groups become that way, and what you need, I see, yeah. Yeah, Mayun, no shame, I'd be toxic to someone who's being toxic to me. First time you tried PvP dude kills you, then begins to do push-ups on you and teabags you, consider that toxic. I kind of agree that it is toxic. I also agree that it is expected. It is actually not what most people doing PvP are like. Especially the good ones. But, yeah, it doesn't help. It doesn't help endear PvP or the PvP community to newcomers, does it? When you get that shit. Guns N' Raiders saying, because subclassing is unfinished, that's why I'm holding off on a few patches until it's balanced with pure builds, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, I've got everything. I leveled it all. Both morphs of every skill, I think. I may have missed one or two, but I'm not using them all. Jeez. And Shlax, maybe guides need to be split in gear and ability. Yeah, maybe. Alatari, I mean, 2 trial guilds, not counting ninja balls in there. You definitely have options. Yeah, Lily Dryad. If you have to hear people over Discord talk bad about the game while refusing to do them, it's kind of tiring. Fair enough. Alatariel, no offense to Ninja Balls, I can only join 1 trial in 2 months. Yeah, that's because we haven't run very many. No, you're absolutely right. No offense taken. Do throw shade. I wish I could have kept up my usual activity of teaching trials. Just no fucking chance. Yeah, and I genuinely feel bad about it. And don't feel bad for bringing it up. I'm glad you did. It's supposed to be a big part of what we do. It is a big part of what we do. And I fucking miss it. Guns N' Raiders saying this is the first approach. This is the approach that should be taken in each fight. NCR VCR, we should benefit from possibly wearing Oblivion damage traits. That is gone now. But yeah, I know what you mean. Kiana better, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. And Solara. I think a more thorough and thoughtful implementation of subclassing would have made a huge difference in morale. Solara, hold out both hands. I'm giving you, like, 2 high fives. I'm not saying you and I are right because we agree with one another, but it's nice to hear someone else, unprompted, just say exactly what you think. I love it. A more thorough and thoughtful implementation of subclassing would have made a huge difference in morale. I think you're accurate about them just being on a roadmap deadline. I think there's a big effects happening on a corporate level with Microsoft. Definitely had an impact. I would say the Microsoft thing, it happened too late. I don't think that was it. But I think the desire to have a quote unquote a hit with Seasons of the Worm Cults. Obviously, subclassing wasn't part of it. But creating this big buzz at the same time as you announce and then gear up to release your first expansion of this type, for sure. I mean, you don't have to be a marketeer to figure that out. That is a very, very tempting move. as for the Microsoft thing, I mean, it hadn't even materialized yet. They didn't know anyone was going to be fired. Whether there was the writing on the wall, who knows? I don't think there was. People didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to their colleagues properly. Their Slack accounts were suddenly closed, and they were like told via email, "Oh, you were fired yesterday." So it was very, very sudden. But I think you're on point with the roadmap, though. Anyway, we're seeing a corporate priority influences across the gaming industry as a whole. It is what it is. There's still a lot to love, and there's already a pushback, which is very encouraging. A lot to love about ESO. I have tons and tons of stuff still to do. Solo and group. I just want the group still to be there. Yeah, same. I want, if I one day finally decide to go for Emperor, I don't want Cyrodiil to be fucking dead because people have grown bored of the game, or because Vengeance was the Vengeance testing ultimately led to a version of Cyrodiil which didn't work very well. Of course, yeah, I don't want those things to happen. Clearly. Just from a selfish standpoint. Guns and Raiders. Yeah, I leveled it all, just not using anything. I see what you mean. Gotcha. Moose! Hello! Also, yay! I love the Witches' Festival. Schnacks. Speaking of throwing shade for not doing the things you wanted to do. Ahem. New dungeons. Ahem. I know, that's more on Maya than it is on me. She's just been absolutely flat out. I don't need this one. But yeah, you're not wrong. Veloci Pedogrod. Sorry if that's... I'm giving that sort of a Czech-esque pronunciation. But if I'm wrong about that, then... my apologies. Anyway, I'm a bit torn with recent changes. On one hand, some multi-classing is quite fun. There we go again, multi-classing. They should have called it that. Why is it called subclassing? Veloci Pedogrod, or Veloci Pedogrod, it could be also as well. Without the accents, I can't tell for sure. But yeah, why do they call it subclassing? Again, another communication issue. But anyway, on the one hand, multiclassing is quite fun, and I've seen a rise of non-beamer builds. On the other, I don't like set and skill changes effectively double nerfing some playstyles. For example, nerfing Azure Blight and beams, no longer being dots. It killed it to the ground. Where in my opinion, just the beam change could have put Azure in a nice spot where it's good but not ever present. Yeah, I mean, the Azure Blight nerf, don't even get me started. It doesn't affect people like me in the same way. It was overtuned in PvE, and I was frankly a little bit tired of it being everywhere. It's like, this is too dumb. It shouldn't be this free, you know? But in PvP, it was one of the only ways to really have a shot at countering a bull group. And that is, I think most PvPers on NA and EU seem to be of the opinion that that is why they nerfed it. Because there was a campaign of basically of misinformation by an NA bull group saying Azure Blight is killing our fun, it's too strong. It wasn't. It was quite difficult to counter a bull group with Azure Blight. But it was possible. It was the only thing you could do, really. Now, all you can do when a bull group shows up is go to another keep and hope they don't follow you. But of course they will. They go where the action is. So the Azure Blight is a whole other can of worms. But yeah, I like that take. I'm in agreement, pretty much, with that. Dorothy, does the majority of the community want Vengeance servers? I would say, short answer, no. Definitely not. If we're talking about a campaign, maybe. But remember, the thing we always have to be clear about when we're talking about Vengeance, Vengeance is not a thing. Vengeance is a test. Every iteration of Vengeance which we've seen, according to Zos, is a technical test and nothing more. It is not an indication of any version of Cyrodiil we should ever expect to see in the future. However, who really believes that? You know, the more as it moves on, the more it looks to everyone like it's the new version of Cyrodiil taking shape before our eyes. And Zos haven't denied that. They haven't confirmed it either, but... Oh, does anyone want to come and do a holojack thing? I guess we could just do it later. I'll need to raid off in a minute. A test? Yeah, I don't believe that, lol. I mean, it definitely is a test, but what else it is, who the hell knows? It was definitely a test to begin with. Absolutely. It was. The devs weren't lying about that. But whether they are using the test scenario to sort of build up the future version of Zero in an experimental way, yeah, who the fuck knows? Everyone now thinks they are. And the current direction of Vengeance, I don't think PvPers want that. I think maybe... I don't even know what I would want. I think maybe getting rid of gear and CPs. I would be okay with that, but it's a huge problem as well. Because there are so many there's so many sets that do interesting and fun things. And they make the gameplay so much more fun, so much more rewarding. So if you get rid of all gear, yikes. Maybe only 5-piece bonuses or something? Oh, who the hell knows? Who knows? More crossplay, more lags and bugs. Yeah. Lord BSR, yeah. And Moose, nothing new. The Switchers Festival, right? Same special bosses. Yeah, new rewards. Nothing else. Guns N' Raiders, I would like a form of Vengeance where all are equal in some areas. Yeah, like a noob server, basically, is what I'm talking about. So if you want to queue up to Zero, there is a Vengeance style server, which is Cyrodiil Lite. I don't think that would be the worst idea. I'm not going to campaign for this. I haven't thought about it enough. But there is an attraction to just being able to walk in and not worry about your build, your gear, your CPs, all of that stuff. There's definitely an attraction to that. If people want to get into PvP, that is hands down, everyone is going to recommend, oh, you should start here. You start with Vengeance. Learn the basics, have some fun, and then when you want to run with the big boys, so to speak, then, yeah, you go into Cyrodiil proper, where you have all the stuff, all the toys. Yeah, the Schnacks is saying, I'm not sure, but the majority of the actual PvP community definitely does not. Yeah, agreed. And Solara is saying, oh no, going back to when Microsoft purchased them. Oh yeah, so years ago. There was a culture shift, and maybe we're seeing it now, that could fit the timeline of new content implementation. Oh, I see. Yeah, then maybe so, maybe so. Not referring to the recent layoffs, just corporate influence positioning from back then going forward. Okay, I'll stop this now. Still love it, and nice to find creators like you streaming it. Awesome. Well, like I said, high fives all around. It's been a fun chat with you, Solara, and with everyone. I would say one thing that Microsoft immediately did, which was very welcome, I thought, was the implementation of Seals of Endeavor. Because they had a policy across all of their companies, you cannot have loot crates without a way of purchasing the rewards with an in-game currency. These need to be earnable in-game. And I think probably this is not done... Clearly, it's not done for some sort of ethical standards. This is so that... if there is a class action lawsuit in the future, which is very, very possible that there will be, Microsoft and its subsidiaries will not be implicated, or are less likely to be implicated, because there's a lot of talk about dark patterns. I don't know how much you guys have looked into this. ESO does not even come close to engaging in dark patterns of any kind. But there are some grey areas which have not been legally defined, such as if you make players pay for something one year and then you give it away the following year. Zos have done that many times. Is that even legal? And I've read an article, an interview with a lawyer who said you could make a pretty convincing legal case that should not be allowed. And you know, the standards that game companies have to adhere to have not been set yet. So yeah, again, a hell of a rabbit hole we're not going to go down. But yeah, that is a huge step in the right direction, prompted purely by Microsoft. They said, nope, you need to figure out a way, otherwise for this acquisition to go through, you will need to have a system of this sort. And that is where Seals of Endeavor came from. Don't know if you guys knew that. I bet all of you did, but I just thought I'd mention it. It's the whole reason, not Zos's idea. They were told to go and do this. So, you know, big corporations aren't all bad all the time. You know, they can inadvertently do nice things for the players. Generally when they're scared of class action lawsuits or you know, blowback, backlash, stuff like that. Guns are ready to send beam builds everywhere. Any builds with BMI void like the plague, fair enough. And Dorothy, what if we had to vote and the community doesn't want it? Why implement it? Well, what Mike... I can only tell you what Mike... sorry. Brian Wheeler, not Mike Finnegan. Brian Wheeler has said about this. Vengeance is his baby. Cyrodiil is his baby. He is one of the chief architects of that whole zone. And, yeah, we asked him this, point blank, during 10fest. How much does it suck to see your baby ruined by poor performance? And he said, yeah, it sucks. It bums him out big time. So he has been lobbying for this, by the sound of it, personally, for ages. So vengeance is definitely his thing. I don't think he or Zos know exactly what they're going to do with it. Look at all these people coming in. That's actually really fun. Just to sit here and watch. Whee! All the traffic. But they want to figure out why exactly performance is being tanked. What exactly are the combination of things that are balking the server and making it unable to handle that number of requests per second? And clearly there is a version of PvP which they can make work which doesn't have these problems. It's just then, how do you... it's tough. Like, how much do you take away before you've killed the experience but you've got the performance back? Or do you maintain the experience but forego the performance? It's a fucking Sophie's choice. And he's got to deal with that. He's got to figure it out. And I honestly don't know how much help he's got. So I'm glad it's not my job. But good luck to him, I say. And I hope that they choose very carefully when it comes to making trade-offs. You know, the thing PvP have asked for most of all over the years has been fucking performance. Performance, performance, performance. Now that we're embarking on a way to give them that, we're now suddenly worried that, well, what are we going to have to sacrifice to get that performance? So, I don't know, that's how I see it. I could be overlooking something, but... Hey, Rick and GG, how's it going? Man is speaking sense. Unfortunately, although I may be speaking sense, I'm also going to have to be raiding off in just a couple of minutes. Nope. That's my phone. Hello. Veloci or Velozzi. I'm going to go with Veloci. I forgot they also nerfed conditional sets like Coral below Ansel, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I hated that even more than the Azure thing. Yeah, fair enough. BXP 2, Tedmeister? BXP. Double XP? You mean? For the event? Yeah, man. And Dorothy, I've said this for years. Since CP came out in proc sets, Cyrodiil should have been tested first with no CP and no proc sets. Only sets that give flat values. Don't remember what the patch... Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Proc sets ruined Cyrodiil for a while. And before proc sets was a thing, or... Yeah, before every maxed on CP stats performance was not perfect, but it was manageable. Yeah, I think it's a harder nut to crack than you and I would imagine. Otherwise, surely they would have just walked the fuck back to whatever was in place in 2016, 2018. But yeah, it really started to get bad with all the proc sets and things like that. I think you're right. Maybe CP 2.0 as well, but so yeah, the Endeavor system was a positive result, but as you say, legal reasons, and they can and have easily balanced out their bottom line by ramping up the monetization incentives in the store. Yeah, and I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I'm certain the drop rates are lower in Crown Crates than they used to be. They're so bad. They're so low. I don't get how this benefits them. There must be some rich white whales out there who are just blowing loads of money on the Crown Crates, but I swear I would buy more of them if the drop rates were better. Not less. Not fewer. You know? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm naive. And human behavior just doesn't work like that. But I feel like I would buy more crown crates and have much more goodwill towards the whole system. But the drop rates are so bad. They make you angry a lot of the time. It's not a pleasant experience. Yeah. Overall, there are plenty of other games that have more questionable monetization. Yeah, that's true. But that, you know, that's damning with very faint praise, isn't it? Dorothy, CPM proxies should be left for PvE land. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. And Solara, 100% certain drop rates are lower. Yeah. Used to buy 60 plus crates with gold and would get satisfying drops. Yeah, I used to do the same. And even today, I usually buy 50 with gold. And sometimes you don't even get a Radiant Apex. Once I got not a single Radiant reward in 50 crates. That is ludicrous, man. Anyway, enough about that. We are going to have to raid off, ladies and gentlemen, but I want to say thank you again to everyone for hanging out today. We kind of got hijacked by me and you guys towards the final part of the stream by just going down this particular rabbit hole, but hey, it is interesting. It's good to get it off our chests, especially if it does, like we were saying, it then allows us to focus on more urgent things, more pressing things in our lives and in the world than just changes to a video game. But yeah, every chance I get. And this is another crucial thing. When you go to a Twitch streamer, especially if they're on the stream team, which we are, if you go to Twitch and you talk and you complain and you debate, as long as you're respectful and all of that stuff, the thoughts that percolate through those discussions, they do make it onto the content creator Discord. And I know Zos listens. Okay? They're not doing what we say. Fuck no. Not by any stretch, but they're talking to us on there because it's a much more manageable space. And I feel like a lot of the content creators are in very good faith coming there and representing what their communities are saying. Not just their own opinions or preferences. And I make sure that I try and do that for you guys any opportunity I get. So thank you for expressing everything that you've expressed. Thank you for expressing support. Speaking of which, if there are any more follows out there, we're 21 follows away from 7.2k. That'd be nice to get. We could get there in the next couple of days, I hope. And of course, remember to subscribe and all that stuff if you are in a position to do so. If you have a Prime sitting around, we sure would appreciate it. We're trying to go somewhere very interesting with this channel, and it becomes a lot easier when we have the support of viewers behind us. If you don't support the channel, you have a reason why, let me know. Might be able to do something about it. In the meantime, guys, I just got here. Restart the stream. No worries, Dragonato. Thank you for being here. Kazi, thanks for being open for discussion. Anytime, man. And hi to Maya for us. Yeah, Cryptkeeper, unless you're a content creator, Zos doesn't care. Even though you make purchases. I don't know. I don't think they give us that much special treatment. That's not how it works. But yeah, we just get that opportunity to communicate with them directly, I think. And that is a fucking privilege. And I take it seriously, and I try not to say anything stupid or untested or, you know, making any assumptions. I've got a treat for you guys. We're going to go and raid Avi. She is an absolute freaking delight. You might not know her or remember her, but she was streaming this game some years ago. She recently came back. She does a lot of very cool in-game photography and like shoots awesome scenes and content like that. So you'll find her doing quests, stories, dungeons, all the usual stuff. Mostly PvE, I think. And she does a lot of stuff which just beautifies this game. She's also a delight, so please do me 3 massive favors. 1, stay with the stream. Give Avi 5-10 minutes of your time. 2, say hello. Make a lot of noise in her channel. And 3, if you like what you hear, like what you see, give her a follow. Why don't you? And finally, have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And we'll be raiding off in just a moment. Alright, take care. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. We should be starting at 11 AM UK time. Have a lovely afternoon. Take care, guys.